Good morning, traders. Maggie Lake here. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'll be filling in for Anthony today. We're 30 minutes out from the release of CPI inflation data. It's Thursday, December 18th. And joining me, as always, Tracy Shuchart, senior economist. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Craig Shapiro, macro strategist. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And Jim Cagnina, senior market strategist. Morning, Jim.
Good morning, Maggie. It's another glorious day down here in Charleston and looking forward to some great futures trading today.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people are jealous that you're down there since most of us are freezing. But stock futures actually looks like maybe it's going to be a good trading day. Stock futures are higher after what was a pretty ugly looking close on Wednesday. Bonds kind of in a holding pattern ahead of that CPI data. We're also going to get weekly jobless claims. Dollar steady, but we've got some central banks on the radar. Shai, bring us up to date. What are the headlines you're tracking?
Right. So we had President Trump spoke last night, and he looked to reassure Americans concerned about the rising cost of living by announcing plans to award a special holiday payment to military service members and roll out new housing reforms in the new year. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it, Trump said. Military service members will receive a special we call warrior dividend before Christmas, a warrior dividend, Trump said. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier 17 checks for 1777. I can't even talk this morning. 1776. Think of that. The checks are already on the way. He also went on to say that he's going to announce the new chairman of the Federal Reserve soon, who he believes will lower interest rates by, quote, a lot. And mortgage payments will be coming down even further. Early in the new year, you will see this in the New York that I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. Now, it was widely rumored that he was going to announce that we were going to war with Venezuela. He did not. He did mention Venezuela briefly, talking about counter-narcotic efforts, but he did not address a possible escalation in military activity. And then we have this is crazy. We just had Peter on yesterday to talk about nuclear fusion. So we have Trump Media is going to combine with TAE to build a nuclear fusion business. The transaction will create one of the world's first publicly traded fusion companies, according to a statement on Thursday. It plans to begin construction next year on the world's first utility-scale fusion power plant, subject to required approvals. So nuclear stocks liking that this morning. Then we had Micron delivered the biggest earnings supply since NVIDIA. Micron expects growth to soar as AI developers scramble for tight money storage supply. The company raised its outlook for two key products and shared revenue guidance well above estimates. The stock is up 12%, broadly lifting AI sentiment across the board. NASDAQ is up on this. And then last but not least, we have Coinbase is going to expand beyond crypto with stocks and prediction markets. The co-founder and CEO, Brian Armstrong, posted on X that a new era of Coinbase is here. He said he wants the company to be #1 in financial services in the world, not just a place to buy and sell crypto. So it looks like everybody's hopping on this prediction market trend. This is obviously not the only exchange to do this.
So I guess the prediction markets are going to have predictions on whether all this gets cleared and who comes out on top. Craig, interesting that we had Trump really leaning into that affordability theme. I mean, direct checks and bringing mortgage rates down. That's run it hot ahead of inflation data today.
Yeah, I was thinking, the president usually gets the CPI data the night before the CPI data comes out. So I wonder if he had something to, if he was biased in one direction about how this print's going to look. But clearly, his polling data has been struggling. He is growing more concerned that people don't understand how great the economy is, and he wants to try to deliver, more of a message to the lower part of the K-shaped economy that we've been talking about and everyone's been talking about, really, the struggles for the bottom half and of the electorate and the populace. And so I think he's trying to be a little bit more sensitive to this, getting the polling data restored. Checks to 1.4 million service members around holiday time is very nice. $2.5 billion is not going to break the bank. But clearly, in order to really get the economy going for the bottom half, he's going to have to be talking more about stimulative measures into next year. That's budget deficit expansion. And so if you think about the funding of these checks are coming from tariffs, the Supreme Court is going to rule likely in January that these tariffs are more likely to be unconstitutional than not. So at least that's where the prediction markets are suggesting right now. But so if that happens, then we're back to this idea of deficit expansion. What does that mean for bonds? What does that mean for inflation again? So he has a tough road ahead to try to arrest the polling declines without doing it in an inflationary way, such that inflation is a kitchen table item into the midterms next year.
Yeah, Jim, a lot of people have been talking about the fact that we haven't seen bond yields really responding to the Fed. What do we like? How are we setting up today ahead of that inflation data? And you're right, Craig. You probably did get a look at it. If it's super hot, hard to imagine he'd come out. But then again, just puts pressure on the Fed, right? So I'm not sure he really cares about the data very much. But
I mean, the long end of the yield is kind of, this is a pattern we see after every FOMC meeting. We get in this consolidation period sideways. Now, prices are down, which means yields are up. We're still north of that 4.8% yield on the 30-year, and that's kind of the market I look at the most. And right now we're in this consolidation period between, high 115 handle and a mid 114 handle. And this has been going on for, 8-9 days right now. So the yield curve is steepening at that part of the curve as well. But again, until we get a breakout or some kind of definitive information, and maybe we'll get some great data coming up here at 8:30 that's going to break this up one way or the other.
Yeah, Tracy, what's your sense? Is the inflation going to matter more than weekly jobless claims? That's the tension, right? I mean, the Fed talked all about the weak labor market.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that the Fed is worried about the labor market, and that's why they cut rates again, they said. But, during the last meeting, we did see a lot of dissent, and a lot of Fed speakers come out and say, we're worried about inflation, obviously still well above 2%, even though they say that it's going to keep coming down. We'll find out today. We will not get October CPI data, by the way, and core CPI, but we will get the November data, just as a note on that this morning. But I think that if we get a hot inflation print, that's going to be very worrisome for the markets, because that will offset kind of any weakness in the labor market, I believe.
Yeah. Well, what do you guys make of the Micron to the rescue? I mean, it seemed like AI and the sort of bursting of the AI bubble was the big narrative that's been derailing stocks. That was interesting to see that come out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best report probably we've seen from any of the AI companies, in a few months, right? We've been hearing more about the Oracle worries and the issues at OpenAI, and even the reversal we've seen in NVIDIA and Broadcom. And so to see Micron, knock the cover off the ball, massive beat, massive top line acceleration, huge margin expansion, taking up forward numbers. I mean, the key for Micron though is that it's a much cheaper stock, right? People really view Micron as a cyclical company. It trades, very inexpensively compared to these other names. And so, I think that's really helping the stock today. Question there that I think investors will wrestle with is this peak, right? Is this peak earnings? Is this peak valuation on peak earnings, or are they going to be able to continue this momentum through? And so I think what you're seeing is, some of the profitability kind of moving through the channel, right? NVIDIA and the upstream, got all the profits first. Now it's moving a little bit, further downstream into memory, into some other areas. And then it'll, as the AI CapEx gets built out, it'll go further downstream. But this is a great number. I think it arrests some declines, for the negative tech sentiment into year end. But it is, given that Micron is a pretty cheap stock, I'm not sure how much, it could carry, the entirety of the NASDAQ.
Yeah, that's a great point, because the concerns are twofold, aren't they? Valuation, but also credit as well has sort of reared its head in the whole AI narrative. Jim, what are you going to be watching to see whether it's enough to carry sentiment?
Well, I mean, the Nasdaq and the S&P they're a little bit different in structure right now. If you look at a daily chart, the Nasdaq's looking pretty grim, to be honest with you. We're trading firmly below an anchored VWAP that I've anchored since the October 20th highs. Yesterday was just a huge sell-off. It was a breakout to the downside. We haven't recovered really that much this morning, even though there's a little green on the screen. So that sellers are in charge there. I mean, we're back down to a 38.1% retracement on the downside. The S&P is a little bit of a different story. It's a little bit stronger. It's sitting on top of that same anchored VWAP right now, kind of in the middle of their consolidation range, not at the bottom or not at a breakout. So those two stock index futures are behaving a little bit differently. But the Nasdaq is I'm a little bit bearish right now for the rest going into the Santa Claus rally.
Yeah. I think that sort of nervousness is shared. Hey, to everybody in the chat. There was just a poll up. Are you feeling bullish or bearish about the indices? And it was a little bit more for the bulls, but it was kind of split. I mean, there was no real conviction. So I think a lot of people share those sentiments. And yes, Anthony definitely has better hair than I do, for sure. Like that is not even a question. It's at least it's neater. Anyway, let's say that. But
so
I'm
Maggie,
doing the best I can at this hour of the morning.
He went to Chicago last week, and it was 0 degrees out, and he said he couldn't put a hat on. How are you going to cover that up?
That is the problem when you're rocking good hair. That is the problem. Shai, interesting. I love that you brought up the nuclear aspect. It seems like when the Trump family turns its sights on something, we get a huge amount of momentum. But I don't know, like, does this seem like a surprise to the market, or how are you thinking about that? I don't think we were thinking we were going to be talking about oil in Venezuela, not nuclear fusion.
Right? Exactly. I mean, I think this is a little off base for them, but for the administration, it's not as a whole. If you remember back at the beginning of the Trump administration, he did have a lot of executive orders, particularly with a focus on the energy markets and natural gas and nuclear. And since then, we've had Chris Wright come out very often, very pro-nuclear. So I think that is a kind of odd matchup. For a nuclear fusing company. That said, this administration has been very pro-nuclear. And so not surprising in that respect, maybe just surprising in how this particular group got matched up.
Yeah, I mean, nothing surprises us anymore. But worth keeping an eye on, because as I said, the momentum. We have a couple people asking about Oracle. Craig, why don't you talk a little bit about, you mentioned Micron and the valuation thing. What are your thoughts on Oracle? I mean, it has just been the kind of leader in the worry at that intersection that I mentioned before of both AI and the CapEx spend, but also on sort of the credit side. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, Oracle seems like it's been kind of this last in, first out company, right? It was a little bit kind of late to the AI story, went in very hard, very aggressively, had done incredibly well, partnering with OpenAI and NVIDIA and really building out, but kind of, part of the acceleration of the AI story towards the end of last year and through the first half of this year, these guys were kind of all over it. And so then you had them blow out numbers in September, really upgrade their assessment for growth and CapEx, and then folks started to kind of go through the balance sheet and try to figure out, okay, they're going to be spending a lot of money. How are they going to finance it, right? And so they came out almost immediately after and announced a very sizable debt offering. And I think it really, kick-started this AI CapEx debt transition where the story and the narrative have started to shift from these companies are able to fund all the CapEx and all the growth with internally generated free cash flow to, okay, now they're going to borrow. And how much are they going to borrow? They're going to borrow a lot. And it's not just going to be Oracle. It's going to be Meta. It's going to be Google. It's going to be Amazon. It's going to be basically everybody's going to come and hit the debt markets. And so what we've seen is a bit of a crowding out dynamic in play here. And so as AI CapEx is becoming increasingly debt financed, it starts to strain the long end. And I think that's what we're seeing part of the story in bonds, broadly speaking, particularly in the back, is yields higher on term premium expansion. There is risk to these investments in long-term debt associated with all this AI CapEx build-out. Oracle's the poster child for that. And so the stock has really reacted negatively, kind of taking out that September gap, kind of trading back now to where it levels back in June. And so I think a lot of the froth around the AI supercycle build out is starting to come under pressure as investors are starting to challenge the return dynamics. And this was something that wasn't being challenged at all while debt investors didn't have to get involved. But now that debt investors are involved, people are starting to, roll up their sleeves, do a little work, do a little math, try to understand the dynamics around these investments. And I think, the stocks which are valued at, incredibly lofty multiples are starting to notice, that reality.
Yeah. Jim, does it look like the stock is finding support, or what's the downside for Oracle? I mean, you might think, as Craig just said, a lot of those concerns have been reflected, but I don't know. I don't hear anyone talking about sort of an upside here for Oracle. How bad does the chart look?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a real-time chart pulled up right now, but just kind of looking at the index responses to this, the wonder in my mind is, what are the equal weight futures doing? Is there going to be sector rotations out of here or not? Are we going to keep those indexes elevated anyway? And right now, it's not looking that way. It's looking like the market is frowning upon all the things that Craig just mentioned from an index point of view. Again, I'm not familiar with the Oracle stock right this second.
I'll just share a anecdote someone told me yesterday, or pointed out to me yesterday. So there's a lot of concern around Blue Owl, right? That kind of was the catalyst yesterday. They pulled the funding. They decided rather not to participate in that data center project with Oracle and OpenAI. But Blue Rock Total Income Real Estate, BPRE, debuted on the New York Stock Exchange and closed the day 40% below its most recent net asset value. And the person I was talking to thinks that there's a lot of concern in that area in credit, and that there's a sort of slow run on those companies. So I only mention that because that could be sort of, a continued drag on that sort of AI sector as credit becomes more, as you said, Craig, part of the conversation. So I think that's something to keep an eye on. And, we'll see what happens. Micron was good news today, but that overhang, I think, is going to be a problem for markets. Shai, I think we had another central bank. Was the ECB going to come out? Do we see anything from them?
Yep, just hit unchanged.
Okay, so it was pretty much as expected. How's the dollar been looking?
So we have dollar is flat today, but we keep seeing that as soon as we get just above 100, we keep seeing it near that 200-day keeps getting smacked down, and we know the administration prefers a weaker dollar due to the tariff situation. And so, I think we're back into the 98s, kind of consolidating here a little bit. And, I think all things said, again, the administration would prefer a weaker dollar, so we could see more downside to the dollar.
We have a big meeting overnight tonight. BOJ meets tonight. It really could have a big impact on trading tomorrow and for the end of the year, right? We've seen clear moves higher in yields across the entirety of the Japanese yield curve. BOJ likely to raise rates tomorrow. I think above an 80% chance, so maybe even higher. And so the question will be kind of how does the dollar yen react to that? Will we see that kind of rate hike and a bit of a carry trade unwind like we saw last August, which kind of led to some market strain, for a short period of time? How will the long end of JGBs react? What will they say? Could have major implications, right? There are times when no one really cares about about what Japan's doing in the U.S. markets, and then there are certain times when it's the only thing that really matters, because we've seen these carry trade unwind dynamics play out over the course of years. And so if we get a hawkish BOJ tonight and dollar yen falls and yields move higher, it could have some big impact for tomorrow, which is obviously options expiry, ton of volume, last big trading day of the year, let's say. It could really matter if we get a big move in dollar on the back of tonight's decision. I'm
actually surprised we haven't seen a bigger move in the yen, because they've been talking about this rate hike for 2-3 weeks. So surprisingly, the yen remains relatively weak.
Yeah, I mean we're just trading below November highs, between November highs and that peak low that we saw back on the 20th of November. And the yen right now it's kind of funny because usually you're used to seeing this yen chart just keep it slants to the bottom right side of the screen just month after month after month. Today we had that January 25th double bottom. We bounced off it, but to your point, Tracy, not anywhere near anything explosive, right? We're just kind of like, all right, there's November highs up there. We're just kind of tracking in between a really tight fib retracement range right now. The moving averages are going sideways. MACD's trying to slope up, but again, not a really clear signal here other than sideways action right now.
I mean, the BOJs, they are the sort of, kings of intervention. Any sense that they've been keeping things calm, or I guess would there be that? Certainly everyone learned from that unwind. No one wants a disorderly movement. Any sense that they are going to come into this market?
I mean, look, I think we saw, a decent move, strong dollar stronger kind of in the lead up to, this decision. And when they came out a couple of weeks ago and basically signaled that the rate hike was coming, they kind of tamped down the dollar strength, yen weakness. And so now it seems like volatility has come out a little bit, and we'll see. Now that the Fed also is signaling, rate cuts for next year, even though it's less than it may be expected, an environment where the Fed is more likely to be cutting and the BOJ is more likely to be raising, probably tampens down the yen weakness dynamic to some degree. And so I don't think that we're seeing, MOF in there intervening, too much in the currency markets right now. But again, if we see some big volatility, some big unwanted moves over the course of the next few days on back of this decision, you're right. I think Japan will try to keep things under wraps, and they'll make sure that things don't get out of control. But it is a big potential catalyst for the overnight session and into tomorrow, particularly given how much positioning there is in options expiry tomorrow. The biggest notional options expiry we've ever seen, over $5 trillion of positions, and even delta adjusted, the expiry tomorrow is probably the biggest expiry that we've ever had. And so there'll be a ton of volume, a ton of movement, a ton of levels that are very important. We're in a negative gamma position right now in S&P, so you can get exacerbated moves in both directions if indices start to move.
Yeah, really important to call that out on a Friday in what has felt like a sort of very nervous market. So, we've got the BOJ. We mentioned all the other central banks. Tracy, I'm not sure if I'm right, but I thought I saw that Trump also mentioned that interest rates should be a lot lower, right? He's determined.
He's mentioned it once or twice.
It's hard to imagine that he didn't take the opportunity to let us know how he feels about that. But there's an enormous amount of pressure on the Fed, and we've got a kind of horse race, right? Maybe on who the next Fed chair is. Do we think that? What's the market telling us in terms of what they expect for future cuts? I mean, Powell tried to be they tried to do a hawkish cut. But does it feel like we're going to get more interest rate cuts because Trump wants them, or how's the market feel about that?
Well, I think that as soon as we get a new Fed chair in, depending on who it is, the market's going to expect more cuts because Trump's not going to put in somebody that is hawkish by any stretch of the imagination. The problem therein lies, if he picks somebody like Hassett, who's an outsider from a central bank. He's seen as a Washington guy. He's seen as an administration guy, right? If he comes in, can he rally the troops, so to speak, like Powell did, so that he can get done what he wants to get done? So I think, somebody like Waller, who's already central banker, may have a better shot at getting some consensus behind rate cuts. So I think it's really going to depend on who it is. And I think that, as soon as we get an announcement who is going to fill Powell's position, the markets will kind of realign to whomever that may be. Yeah.
Waller was definitely auditioning for the job yesterday, talking about the neutral rate being 50 to 100 basis points lower. Interestingly, I think that speaking of the betting markets, I think they all still have Hassett as the front runner. I'm not sure if that's updated or not. But I think a lot of people thought we were going to hear by now. What do you think he's waiting for? Why are we waiting till January to announce this?
I'm not, trying to get into inside the head of the president has become a challenge for me, and so I try not to, speculate. And I think everybody and try to speculate too much. I mean, originally we were supposed to get a decision before the holiday, and so we haven't gotten a decision. Hassett has been the firm leader. There was some pushback on Wall Street about him being too much of a a company man, and so they floated the Warsh name, and so Warsh's odds moved higher, and then they announced that Waller was going to meet with the president, so his odds moved up, Warsh's odds moved down, and Hassett's still kind of in the lead. Ultimately, I think the president will do what's best for the president. I think that's the decision that he kind of continuously makes. My sense is he's probably going to continue to do something with Hassett because he's that's his guy, right? I think he did put Waller. He was he did put Waller onto the Fed back in 2018, but I don't think they have a particularly strong relationship that's noteworthy. And so I feel like Trump wants to know that his guy's in there, and he'll just assume that the guy that he picks will eventually figure it out. Right. And so I think that's the more likely the dynamic he'll take. And look, I think maybe he's been waiting for market strain or some correction in order to announce, an ability, to blame Powell. I'm putting my guy in. We haven't really seen that. We haven't really seen any market correction. And so there's been no reason to announce anything. Doing it after the holiday in January is perfectly on time, for when Powell's seat is up in May. So it just maybe he's just looking to, just get back on calendar.
Well, no one will be surprised because it's been a super public trial balloon for all of them, right? I think they like the public nature of the contest.
But also midterm elections are going to be kind of important here, right? So this is kind of a big deal for Trump because he doesn't want to be a lame duck the last two years that of his second term. So they're going to be playing toward that too. And this low interest rate story has got everybody all excited about it. So me included, but that's going to be his call. I mean, he's going to be hitting that trumpet. Lower rates.
Yep, you're right. But will the data cooperate? Rather, we're going to get that CPI read in just a minute, like literally a minute too, which I think is going to be really important. We've got weekly jobless claims too, so we've got both of them shy to sort of grapple with. Any sense of which one's going to be more important?
Personally, to me, CPI is going to be more important than jobless claims, because that said, the initial jobless claims, the survey is 225,000. It's kind of been around that number. It's kind of come in line around that number. 225, 236 was the prior. So unless we get a really outsized move, I don't think that number's going to matter as much as the CPI number. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at. But then again, I've been saying this about initial claims and continuing claims for a while. Now, we would really need to see something like 350,000, something really outside to really, point towards real weakness in the labor market.
Yeah, well, we'll let you dig in and look for them as they come out. But I think that it's going to say a lot, and just jump in when you see them, Shy. But I think it's going to say a lot about where sentiment is because the market tends to pay attention to how it's feeling as opposed to. So, if they overly invest in jobless claims, then that gives you a sense they're trying to find, I think, the sort of weak point in sentiment. But it's going to be interesting.
We just haven't had an inflation report, at all for quite some time, right? We get jobless claims, we've been having them weekly even since the government opened. We get the ADP data, we get other labor market data. We get really no inflation data, and the Fed has pointed this out too, that they get regularity on the labor market, but they don't really get real time data on inflation. Particularly when the government is shut and they don't have people going out there in supermarkets and checking prices. And so this is the first read on inflation we've had for some time. Market's looking for 3% core CPI. I think, if we got a big move to the upside, I think that would be a concern, right? Because it would really push back the narrative that the Fed can be, dovish in the early part of the year. On the flip side, if we get a nice tame number, something that comes in well below, it'll kind of add credence to the administration's view that inflation has been slayed. We're on our path back to 2%. There's really no reason to be pushing back. The labor market is slowing, and if inflation is falling, then the Fed really should and can deliver, and then you'd get more of the doves led by Waller trying to really push some front end rate hikes, and I think that's something that the market will probably support. Right, the dollar will be weak, Front end yields will move lower. We'll get a steepener,
Theoretically.
in theory, but we'll get a steepener. And I think, into the end of the year, if that's a dynamic in play, that's probably, enough to maybe keep us, held together. I think the hot inflation print is something that would be more of a worry because it really kind of would add credence to that hawkish view and give concern that the Fed's not ready to address labor market deceleration if that's what is going to continue.
Yeah, great point. First since the shutdown. And sure to be a market mover, I think.
Got about 5 seconds till the data comes out.
But I just wanted to sort of underscore something you said earlier, Shai, which is it's not a complete one.
So CPI came in 2.7, much lower than expected at 3.1. Core came in at 2.6, much lower than expected at 3.0. Initial jobless claims in line 224, and continuing claims a little bit lower than expected at 1.897 million.
That's much lower.
Yeah, this is a very soft reading, right? I mean, 2.6 on core. Is well below expectation. I think well below where any of these survey estimates were. So it certainly will add some, credence to the idea that the doves are correct. Inflation is moving back to target, more rapidly than the hawks thought. The transitory nature of tariffs is firmly in there, and kind of a little bit more of a green light for the Fed to be more active in doing more easing earlier in the year if the labor market were to decline. So this is a decently deflationary type or disinflationary type number. And then on claims, no real surprises there. Kind of that in line with where we've been seeing over the course of the last several weeks.
Are seeing movement in the indices.
Both the equities and the bonds kind of liked it so far. We'll see what happens when the bell rings, but equities are catching a little bit of a bid.
Interesting because we were just doing, I think there was some concern that it was going to be hot, even in the poll in the chat. You guys thought maybe that it was going to be a little bit hotter than expected. Not all of you, but a fair amount. So combined with Micron, the Micron surprise after the AI worries yesterday, this should create a really nice backdrop for today. But I think this is where we're going to be tested, right? Because if neither of those things are able to carry the day, then you've got some more serious problems. Jim, something we didn't talk about before. I don't know if you're watching silver, but if everything's great, sort of people asking why are we still seeing all of this action in gold and silver? And silver had an outstanding day. That just continues to be the pace car.
Yeah, this is the whole rise of silver, and we're up over 125% year on year in the silver futures market. And it's just incredibly bullish still. Even yesterday's formation, we had a breakout higher to the upside after the breakouts higher to the upside on the 9th of December. The chart pattern here is super, super bullish here. I wouldn't be surprised to see $70 silver sooner than later. We're at 66.18 on the futures.
Craig Shai, does it feel like is it an everything rally today? Can precious metals continue to push higher even if we have equities and bonds responding?
Well, I think, if this signifies that we, get a rate cut, then, you can have, obviously, gold loves rate cuts, silver loves rate cuts. And so you could have a continued move higher, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, the economic momentum, through the fourth quarter, it seems like what we're seeing come out is a slowing labor market and some more disinflationary trends in place. Not necessarily the sign of a, particularly robust economy. And so I think the narrative will shift to next year. The Fed will be addressing that with more interest rate cuts. But, is that necessarily good for risk, right? If we have a slowing economy, is it good for risk? That's a question. We'd obviously have tax rebates coming next year, checks early in the year, deregulation, various benefits from the One Big Beautiful Bill. So there's some very, decent positives for the story next year, balancing these negative dynamics in the economy. So, but for today, still, we're in negative gamma, huge options expiry tomorrow, BOJ overnight, right? So I'm not sure that CPI on its own is enough to carry the day, but clearly, initial sentiment is liking a negative print and a reaction to lower front end yields And a weaker dollar, I think, is short term, could be bullish for sure.
We talked about the everything rally. The other thing that's pushing higher right now is crypto.
The Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin,
But,
the Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin, yeah, it's pushing up a little bit, but we're still way in the woods here. We're below that 80 MA right now. We have a couple of target wicks down a little bit lower, 84,125 and 80,745. April lows are potentially in sight as well. So baby candle so far, not as big of a push up, even though the percent looks big. It's still kind of a baby candle right now.
Okay. Any progress for some is probably welcome. At least it's green, but yeah, as you point out, a lot to go. Fantastic stuff. Well, Jim and Craig, thank you so much. We'll see you guys later on.
Thank you, Maggie.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. We have a fantastic guest coming up. Trace, you want to give us a preview?
Absolutely. We have Stacy Herbert. I'm sure everybody knows her. She is director of the National Bitcoin Office of El Salvador under President Bukele. So she is early, her and her husband, Max Kaiser, early adopters of Bitcoin. And so looking forward to talking to her about Bitcoin and what's going on in El Salvador.
Fantastic. Well, let's bring Stacy in. Stacy, thanks so much. It's great to have you with us.
It's so nice to be here. I've been following Tracy for a very long time, even before Bitcoin, I believe, on Twitter.
Awesome. So as Tracy just mentioned, Director of National Bitcoin Office for the President of El Salvador, let's just start just broadly, kind of bring us up to date about what you're up to down in El Salvador and how you've kind of been navigating what's been a pretty bumpy year for Bitcoin.
Yeah, so we don't necessarily follow the price. We just we're on a long-term horizon. So just to put it into context, as Tracy had mentioned, Max and I on our Kaiser report, we were the first to talk about Bitcoin in the world. The first mention of Bitcoin on television was from me in 2010 when it was 23 cents. So as you see, it's only going up. It's always been in a bull market for me, by my standards, for the past 15 years. So what we're doing in El Salvador is building the new El Salvador, right? So El Salvador, before President Bukele, was close to a failed state for the previous 40 years. And so we're starting from scratch to build a new El Salvador. So we're focused on where Bitcoin can take us as a country. And it did take us very high and very far, right? Because when President Bukele announced Bitcoin as legal tender in 2021, what did it attract? Well, it attracted the financial news. The financial press started covering El Salvador. So we were, became an international story. The financial news is international, unlike political domestic news is, gossip, right? So we were launched onto the global media scene and had so much attention from a very early time. So we don't really focus on that. What we focus on is building the infrastructure of this new era. So when we first did this in 2021, it was long before the US is talking about a strategic Bitcoin reserve. We were the first to adopt a strategic Bitcoin reserve, to establish one. Everybody else is following. All the other countries are following us. So for a country like El Salvador to be the leader in so many things, whether Bitcoin or AI now, that's an amazing place for a country like El Salvador to be, which was this failed state only 6 or 7 years ago.
And what are your thoughts about, this is a very pro-crypto administration. We have new, Bitcoin ETFs. So, is this a good thing for Bitcoin? And is it a good thing that the financial institutions are now involved?
We had always said it was inevitable that what do we always say? That everybody bends the knee to Bitcoin. I remember when all of them, Larry Fink at BlackRock was saying like negative things about Bitcoin only 5 or 6 years ago. He recently came out and said, I was wrong. That was good of him to do. And of course, the Bitcoin ETFs were the most successful launch of a product in Wall Street history, which is extraordinary, right? Because Wall Street launches many successful products. So that this was the most successful launch in history is a testament to, the narrative, the story of Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin has a story that is unique to the millions of other crypto. I think everything is good for Bitcoin, right? At the end of the day, we've always said that since 2010, everything is good for Bitcoin, whether it's being attacked or embraced. It's good for Bitcoin. Being attacked strengthens it. Being embraced strengthens it. So, it's a perfectly designed new money. The embrace of crypto by the administration for El Salvador, it is definitely better because the Biden administration was very hostile, as everybody in the U.S. knows, and all the builders in the U.S. know this. But in terms of us being a Bitcoin country in El Salvador, they were also quite hostile to our embrace and our adoption of Bitcoin. And one of the leading negative voices anti El Salvador adopting Bitcoin was, of course, Senator Bob Menendez, who is now in prison, right, for doing the very things that he said that Bitcoin was enabling in El Salvador. What he was actually projecting his own guilt of being a money launderer.
Yeah, it's an amazing turn of events. So I think there are people whose probably jaw dropped open when you said you started talking about it when it was 23 cents, because clearly it's been an amazing journey. And I think a lot of people, what you say about what it's helped to do for El Salvador, it really resonates. And I think that's the people who are in the space, this is what the hope is. I'm just curious because you've been in it for so long. I mean, one of the things that seems to have kind of been weighing on people's minds is the fact that, and Bloomberg had a story out about it just this morning, the amount of the long time sort of OG holders of Bitcoin, those whales, have been selling at an unprecedented pace. We've seen a lot of them this year. What kind of impact, if any, do you think that has on confidence in the space?
Well, I think a lot of that comes from so-called on-chain analysis, and on-chain analysis is not a hard science, right? I think some of it is, well, like BlackRock. So BlackRock offers the whales, somebody with 10,000 Bitcoin can transfer it, so from their own custody to BlackRock. And that might on-chain look like a sale of Bitcoin. But I think a lot of the whales are just transferring their ownership, like they're still retaining ownership, but they're lending it to institutions that need tens of thousands of Bitcoin at a time. I think that's a lot of it. And I think, yes, some of it is maybe some early whales selling some as they're older, it's 15 years later, and some of us are in our 50s or some in 60s and 70s. So, they're ready to retire or disperse some of their wealth to their family and stuff like that. So, Bitcoin has always needs that, right? In 2010, when I first got into Bitcoin, we still had the thing called the faucet. You used to be able to, I got some like this, I got some Bitcoin where you went to a faucet, an online faucet, and it was just a page with a faucet, and you entered a Bitcoin address, and they would send you 5 Bitcoin. Now, 2 of those were run, one was Gavin Andresen, and the other was Matti Malmi from Finland. And they were early, they had talked to Satoshi Nakamoto, and they had helped early development of Bitcoin. but they each gave away over 30,000 Bitcoin. So
That's crazy.
this is a distribution mechanism that is needed for Bitcoin to be a global money, a global currency. So it's important anyway that some of these early large holdings are distributed globally. So I think, again, like I said, everything is good for Bitcoin, whether it's being attacked or whether it's being embraced or whether it's being distributed. I think still, because we're so early, it's better that in the long run that more people hold some Bitcoin rather than one person own, say, 20,000 Bitcoin. That is better to have, 20,000 people own one Bitcoin.
Yeah, really interesting.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. You don't want too concentrated within just a few people, right? It should be for the people. So I'm totally with you on that. I wanted to ask quickly, because a lot of people are talking about quantum computing, and when that becomes a reality, that they're going to be able to, break the Bitcoin code. Is that something you worry about at all, or do you think that's just too hyped up?
I think it's too hyped up. I have spoken to some, like a few years ago, I already started to look at that. El Salvador, we have over 7,500 Bitcoin in our strategic Bitcoin reserve, and we have done some quantum, added some quantum, not, prepared for a quantum time, in that we broke up our Bitcoin from one wallet holding 7,500 to, dozens of wallets holding smaller amounts. With that said, however, I don't think it's as a big concern as what people say. I don't, speaking to experts, because I don't know, I'm not a quantum physicist, but I do know one, like Bob McElrath, who was, I don't know if he still works at Fidelity, but he was part of the Fidelity Bitcoin team. And he had previously worked at CERN, and he said, and he was a quantum physicist. He's actually a quantum physicist. And he was like, it's not going to happen. Don't worry. Mm-hmm. But still, nevertheless, some people say it might happen in the next 5 or 10 years. Elon Musk recently suggested it might happen like that, or responded to Grok saying it might happen like that. However, I think it will be easily fixed. Bitcoin has attracted the best and brightest in terms of the engineers and minds who can, fix this. It's all a race. Everything is a race between Bitcoin and AI for energy. And I think that is producing a sort of Kardashev leap for us. That's great competition for the humanity. And the same here with quantum. If the US or China, if there's going to be somebody to break quantum, then I think Bitcoin will adjust. I think there will always be things to do. And I think that, the best and brightest minds are already thinking of it. So I'm not worried.
Stacey, we only have about 2 minutes left, but maybe let's finish up and talk a little bit about, you just mentioned AI and how that's playing into what you're doing in El Salvador, because it seems like there's a sort of lot of momentum and focus on your efforts down there in terms of AI. And I think Elon Musk, tell us about that.
Yeah, so I run the Bitcoin office, and I started about 2.5 years ago, really exploring the opportunities available to us at a national level in AI. Partly because the Bitcoiners, you might have noticed, especially the Bitcoin miners, they started to get into the HPC data center business. And so a lot of Bitcoiners naturally, because of being involved in the business, started to talk about it more. And then the same investor pool, the same talent pool started to converge. So it was in my timeline on X that I just started to see naturally this, the natural convergence of these two towards the energy source. Like they were going to be competing for energy. And then last year, I noticed a lot of these people in my timeline starting to talk about, with complaints about the EU and the EU's planned regulations against AI. They were very against innovation. They were fining. There were all sorts of huge fines and bans and restrictions on that. And then the US, you have the states' rights. And I saw already in my timeline, like California was starting to introduce their own bill. And then Texas was going to counter that. And I said, to the president, well, there's an opportunity here for El Salvador because we can move fast because we're a small, nimble country with a very popular leader, and his party was elected to, with a supermajority in the Congress to provide like clarity, the regulatory certainty that builders need. So we did that. We wrote a brilliant law. I think, it's a very streamlined, very, very, very pro-innovation law. Like you can't go wrong attracting the best and brightest. And that's what we did. That's what we did with Bitcoin. And that's what we're doing with AI. So the results speak for themselves. Like we passed our AI law in February. In April, we passed our robot law, and with both of them, right? And by November, early December, we're announcing our partnership with Elon Musk and XAI to develop an AI tutor program for our entire public school system. So more than 1 million students will get a personalized AI tutor that will grow with them and see their development it's like an individualized teacher for each and every student. This used to be something that was only available to the very privileged or the very wealthy. This is going to be available for all students across El Salvador, and we're co-developing this with XAI. So this is another extraordinary fact for a country like El Salvador, which before President Bukele was a failed state, dominated by the gangs. And now we're known for a different story. That's not part of our story anymore. Those people, the bad times are gone and the good times are here. As President Bukele always says, strong men create good times. That's the famous saying. And those are the times that we're in here. And AI, I think, because I've been observing it and working with it at a policy level for El Salvador, the amount of innovation that is happening this year has just gone exponential. But there was a window, I always say, of totally infinite opportunity for countries like El Salvador to jump in and be part of it. Because under the Biden administration, and this is something that Mark Andreessen recently said, that they were told to not invest. Andreessen Horowitz were told not to invest in, say, open source development in AI, because the U.S. plan under Biden was to create a moat with a proprietary system. So,
Stacy, I'm gonna jump in because we've got to move on. But amazing to get an update. Really appreciate your thoughts on sort of especially some of the sales we've seen. I think that's a really interesting perspective that we haven't heard. Shai?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your time this morning. We'd definitely love to have you back again.
Oh, that was awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Stacy.
Bye-bye.
Shai, that was great. And I know we're a bit behind, but I just want to say that was a super interesting comment on her on the whale sale. I really haven't heard it phrased that way before.
Yeah, either have I. But it makes sense, right? And so something to definitely keep your eye on.
Yeah, great stuff. Shai, thanks so much. It was so fun. We will see you in the chat.
All right.
Okay, next up we've got Farm. Farm, I'm sorry we kept you holding for a second, but it was fun to catch up with Stacy from El Salvador. But what are you watching today?
Yeah, we're definitely watching to see if Santa's going to come this year, and today is a big day for that. We were favoring Mr. Grinch coming into this week, and punished a lot of the Santa front runners. A lot of times people get their money in at the beginning of December thinking that Santa's here all month, and that is, of course, not the case. Generally, the last few days of the month, like 4 days maybe, and first couple of days of January. But the Grinch, Mr. Grinch, was a very bad boy, especially yesterday, and now it's his turn to be punished, and you're seeing some of that now. Now, whether or not this sticks and follows through is going to be incredibly important today. Yesterday, I spotted what looked like a lot of forced selling, which is never a good look for sellers. That culminated in a spike down yesterday, which just means that the last 30 minutes of the day makes a new low a day on NQ. That was 24,922. And that often is a recipe for punishment for sellers, very often overnight if they cannot find a way to drive through that spike again into the next day. And so that's what we saw. We had a couple of attempts to get back below 922 on NQ, didn't even make it to yesterday's low, and then you see the punishment. Now, in terms of this gap up, right, we have not seen a gap up hold in forever, right? I mean, they've all have been sold. There's a potential that, this forced seller is maybe not quite done. But today, if there is a day where a gap up can hold, I believed it would be today because, again, of the fact that we saw some forced selling. There was very clearly a buyer or buyers on the other side of that taking it. And then, that spike down into the close. Again, market just absolutely loves to punish those spikes in those circumstances. So today's a big day for bulls. I'm going to say for NQ. So it has filled its C period single print. So C period is just a 1030 candle. And single prints just mean that the move was so aggressive that those prices only traded during one 30-minute period of the day. So ideal to sustain above, I'm going to say 245, but it doesn't have to now. To me, as long as it doesn't get back below, and you can just use this data candle as your risk to me. I mean, if this whole thing is given back, I don't think, you don't need me to tell you that looks like crap, right? But 118, 134, basically as long as this holds and bulls can get back up here above this 245 half spot, 282, 292 is going to be key. But basically, big picture, if bulls can kind of hold price within the meat of this primary distribution from this week, then they can leave a lot of sellers trapped and potentially find some strength. So while NQ did tag that 10 o'clock low, filling those C period singles, at least on a ETH basis here overnight, ES fell just a little bit short. So for ES, to me, that's 38 to 41 half, sticky above there. And we go back to our home at 50 to 55 that for like 2 weeks has just been like glue. So I would say, 6809 half to 6812 half needs to hold at this point. Again, you can just call it your data candle. So whether or not this sustains is going to be huge. I mean, if this whole thing is given back, then it's not gonna look good at all, and probably result in new lows. I would see that as, bearish consolidation for a potential push to new lows, either today, tomorrow, next week. If price is trapped back below, let's say 6809, 6810, whatever, just call it, if you would like. And then the same thing for NQ, that kind of 118 spot. So big day today if bulls can, buy this dip. I mean, profit taking here makes complete sense. There's probably going to be more profit taking at the open. Again, maybe this forced seller is not done. But if today is the day that bulls are going to have it in them to find a way to sustain this gap up, get back into the meat of this week, then I think they're going to be in good shape coming into next week, and maybe we can get Santa. So big day here, and I'll be looking to probably be a little bit patient to see the opening drive on any kind of a gap up, especially an inside gap up. I'm watching the first 5 minutes and the range of that 5 minutes, and then whether we trade both sides of that range or whether we only trade one side. If we only trade below the 5-minute opening range in the first, let's say 15, 20 minutes, then I might initially have a bearish bias, at least to come and back test one of these key levels again on ES, maybe 6810, call it. On NQ, it would be that 100s spot, 118 to 134 maybe. But if bulls can find a way to get this to stick as a gap up and go and clear through this supply from yesterday and the day before, I mean, there's just a lot of trapped inventory here. Then it's going to be a very, very good look into next week, and maybe we can get a little bit of Santa. So I'm trying to channel him. I'm trying to bring him along wearing the Santa hat today. I had my fun punishing Santa, and now I would like to punish the Grinch. But if buyers give this back, I'm just going to have to step on it again.
Okay. Everyone loves the hat. Someone was asking, where's the poop hat? I don't know if they are also channeling, if that gives us any indication in the chat where their desire is or what their positioning is. I just want to hit you real quick, Farm. Craig mentioned that big expiration tomorrow. How's that feeding into your thinking?
Yeah, so he's referring to the NDX. So what's the fund? I forget the acronym for the fund, but it's a big NDX fund that writes covered calls on the fund. And there will actually be, today's Thursday, right? So I think there's actually likely to be a morning trade on that today. I want to say it's like 11 Eastern, maybe. That there's usually some activity around that. I generally don't care too much about those other than like in the short term facilitating a trade. But I don't think it matters big picture. To me, really all that matters, again, is the meat of this distribution and whether bulls can hold that. Again, dips into, sort of the in-between. So let's call 118 to 134 is not so good. And then, 218, 245 and up is pretty healthy. The in-between needs to be controlled by buyers today. So I don't really care about anything else that's going on as long as, these two spots, I'm going to be bearish below, I'm going to be bullish above. It'll provide a nice intraday trade as you get a lot of people trying QILD, that's what it is. You get a lot of people trying to front run that trade. And a lot of times they do it exactly backwards and, they end up selling when they should be buying. So we'll see if that trade sets up today as well.
All right. Awesome stuff. Farm, thank you so much. Appreciate the insights as always.
Take care.
Okay, everybody. Coming up next, we have got Trade the Open with Nick and Jack. Hi, fella. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good to you, Maggie. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So what are we looking at? Who wants to go first? Jack, is it you?
I got my screen up. I'm just paying attention to we came into a full 50% retracement from the swing lows in November in the NASDAQ. And it depends on if you adjust for the contract changes because we had that March or December rule. But I believe if you don't adjust, we came to the 61. And if you don't adjust, we came to the 50%. If you do adjust, we came to the 61. But either way, that's a pretty important level. CPI numbers this morning, great reaction to the upside. If we're going to continue higher, I wouldn't want to see a retracement back below that beginning of that candle. If we get back below the beginning of that CPI candle, I'm going to think these sellers got more. But if we can hold that off the open, that's going to be the first point I'm looking at, right around 25,130s. But if we start cracking back below that this morning, I'm going to be a little more cautious for the rest of the day for longs. But we spent about 5 days selling off here. Mm-hmm. I think we could maybe be exhausted in that selling. You can just see how perfect we came to that 61. I don't think that's a coincidence. I definitely think there's some program buyers that step in at that point and hold us. And if we can rally from here, maybe get new highs before the end of the year, that'd be a lot to ask. But shortly after the beginning of the year would not surprise me to get up to that 26,560 level in the NQ. So that's what I'm looking at for the NQs. And oil, I do think has possibly bottomed here. We go to switch off to a daily chart. We've come to the bottom of this daily range here in CL. If you can extend these, if you imagine extending these lines over, I don't have them fully extended, but we've come down to the bottom of this channel and found a little bit of support. If we can rotate back to the top of the channel around $58, that's something I'm looking at potentially happening here. And of course, you got the fundamental news of the potential oil embargo in Venezuela to back up that technical thesis coming out of this low. And those are going to be some of the things I'm focusing on here today for the markets. What do you got, Nick?
I mean, I kind of agree with what you were saying, at least on the indices. On NQ, I mean, we kind of bounced where you would hope if you're super bullish heading into the end of the year, exactly where we would. At the very least, kind of holding this 24,000 like 900 spot that we basically bottomed at yesterday. And buyers kind of stepped in, obviously, in the overnight, and kind of we've been drifting up ever since. So, kind of heading back to the meat of this week's, I would say, distribution as far as where the most volume has traded up here towards 25,300. But that being said, it is still, wrapping up rollover. It is options expiration tomorrow. So these are just never my favorite weeks to put a ton of risk on at the very least, let alone at the end of the year. So still going to keep it at some pretty light and see if we can find some opportunities here off the open. We are sitting right around the week's VWAP as well on NQ. So I'm curious if off the opening bell, do we see another push from sellers? It seems like ever since we were just kind of zombie range bound post Thanksgiving holiday, it seems like there's been some aspect of a motivated seller off the open, almost like every session, it seems like, where somebody kind of steps in and pushes us a little bit lower. And then, we just seem to kind of bid it up a little bit in the overnight or the pre-market. And then it happens again and again. At least it has since the beginning of this month. So
it seems like both of you, it seems like both of you guys are aligned with farms. First 5 minutes is really going to be it. It's going to be really important for the day.
Yeah, I definitely am curious to see what the reaction is. Off the open, that's typically how I trade as it is anyway. I kind of look for that opening drive, see who's potentially in control, kind of get my points, get in, get out, and hopefully call it a session relatively early.
Well, speaking of getting in, getting out,
yeah,
I am gonna get out and let you guys get to it. But good luck, everybody. Hope it's a good day for you.
Thanks, Maggie.
Thanks, Maggie. Oh, Jack, good morning.
Yeah, man. I mean, it has been some of the wilder open. Finally, we got that push lower yesterday. But this market, that was the first day we really kind of broke out of a range. We haven't had any continuation from one day to the next for the most part. I mean, generally drifting lower, but it has been a really two-sided trade the whole way down. Yesterday was really the first day I've seen that way. Was like, all right, seems like it's a one-sided market here today. Really only money to be made on the short side of things. And we'll see. I don't think that's going to be the case today, especially holding exactly where we held on that daily chart, which I just pointed out in the NASDAQ, and that's been leading us lower. The Dow and the Russell have been leading us higher. It seems to be some type of rotation between those markets. So I'm a little tempted to actually, I don't often trade the Russell, but maybe to get exciting here today, I'll switch markets to the Russell. But we're going to find out a whole lot right off the open. I think we're all agreeing on that. And I'm just trying to look at some other markets that are a little lower volatility. The right off CPI, how big are those candles? That is about a 160 point move from the beginning to highs right there in the NASDAQ. So in just a few minutes. But yeah, there's going to be, I'm going to show you, I don't know, is my screen sharing? All right, there we go. So this is a fib sequence I have drawn that if we hold this is going to be like my determining factor. This 50% is going to be this line here. If we stay in this zone between this 50 and 38 off the open, I always like to say 9:45 is the time to buy or sell. That 15 minutes into the day, not just the first 5 minutes, but if we are at these supports 15 minutes into the day, right around that 9:45 bar East Coast time, and that is a 68.19 to 68.13 right now in the ES. I'm going to step in and buy it right around there at 9:45. Now, if that thing trades in the first 5 minutes, I'm just gonna be watching it trade. I don't like to step in that first 5 minutes. It seems like every time I do, if I try to buy a pullback that quickly, there's a lot more to be pulling back into. And then the NASDAQ equivalent to that is right around 25,160 to 25,130 area. So that's going to be my first zone of a pullback, and hopefully we can get a little bit of a dip. If we just moonshot off the open, it's going to be pretty hard to want to chase that up. But at least for the first part of the day, where it might take some time to get that deeper pullback.
Yeah,
So.
that's I never love these large pre-market moves off news and things. It drives me nuts because it makes me feel like we do that stuff, and if we don't get that quick opening drive, it turns into chop and consolidation and a bunch of other nonsense that I typically hate. And with it being rollover and options expiration, whatever you want to call triple witching, quad witching, it used to be, I guess, but one of those weeks, especially heading into the holiday week next week. And I know most schools are out as of tomorrow. Like kids are their last day heading into the next 2 weeks. So I would imagine a lot of people can be on vacation, taking some time off away from the desk. So it just may be that weird little low volume drift up Santa rally that we've been accustomed to. But I also just keep in the back of my mind, and this reminds me, just being whatever young full-time trader I still kind of am, that there's been a couple years in the last few years, or a couple situations the last few years, where there's been a little bit of violence into Christmas week, where we've had some volatility. We've seen volume actually pick up, and we've seen a bit of a sell to kind of give us a little bit of a Grinchmas instead. Nothing will ever top me trying to manage shorts while standing in a TSA line on Christmas Eve a couple years ago, when we had some of that volatility heading into the holiday. But I still am going to stick to my guns a little bit here, and still am planning on kind of keeping it light into the end of the year. But I always do think about that in the back of my mind. I mean, how much
we're not coming off one of those
Christmas
30% years. Sorry, what'd you say?
I said, do you trade much Christmas week, or are you planning on kind of spending time with
I would say the
week?
week after Christmas, I'm a little slower than Christmas week, even though it is lower volume going into Christmas week. I still think there's pretty good technical moves. Sometimes I prefer that lower volume, lower volatility, because we can get bigger runs, especially if we are trending to the upside with low volatile entries. And I think that's ideally what I look for in an A+ trade, is a one-way directional market to the upside, preferably. Typically downside markets are going to have high volatility because they allow me to enter trades with tighter risks, and then eventually getting kind of that tail that you can really run, which is how I can increase my risk reward ratio, is really that specific market type. If we don't have that market type, when you have extremely high volatile markets, for me, that means bigger stops. Because I got to stay in the trade somehow. So if we have like a high and tight drift, I'll still be trading it, because it's one of those market types a lot of times that will have a tight morning open, and then we'll just drift higher the rest of the day. So it's a really easy market for me to like trail if I'm positioned correctly, and we can close at highs of the day. So we got some time before we actually set up in that really slow Christmas week. But I've noticed a lot of good moves. Like it'll be really, really slow, and then you'll get that final push, like maybe in the last hour, get a easy 150 point move in the NQ that you only maybe needed a 15-point stop to participate in, and that that's a 10-hour trade if you can do that. So that's really the specific type of trade I look for around those times. But the week after, between like the New Year's week, that's when I think a lot more people are really on vacation versus home with their families. Right. And so I think the people, when you're on vacation, you're not trading. When you're home with your family, well, you might still be trading. You're just trading from home, right? Which most people do, unless you're working at a big bank, which they're controlling the markets anyway. But those levels I've pointed out, I'll continue to adjust them to new highs here. And when they do, I'll have some new levels for you guys. But I don't like to redraw every 5 minutes. I kind of let it play out a bit.
What about gold? I have noticed it seems like we are trying to place a bottom on a new balance range here to stay above the 4300s.
Oh, yeah.
Any thoughts? Well, we're kind of sitting at the high of the range for the last few days.
I mean, silver's been the talk of the town. Does everybody know that market's up? Delete these old draws. That market's up over 100% this year. I believe that makes it the best performing commodity, but don't quote me on that. And you can see we are pushing up big old, there's a million different patterns you could call here. I mean, cup and handle, I think. I'm not a huge pattern guy in the daily, but they work as a big old cup and handle we've broken out of. We seem to be having, multi-day consolidations, which we had in the beginning of December. then a breakout. We're right at the top side of this little bull flag here. And, I think that's going to lead us to all-time highs, possibly this year. Definitely next year. We're definitely getting new all-time highs next year. I'm very confident in that shot call. Yep. Not that I got to get that saved here. Not that is a bold call to say we're going to get new all-time highs, but you can see this bull flag here. This is a market I will look for an entry at some point today. I'm just break it down to a 5-minute chart. You can see same thing. CPI, big old push higher. If we can come back to the middle of this range, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it come down into the middle of this range. Let me actually measure what that would be. We're going to right click and then we're going to go to your drawing tools. And then we're going to go to Fibonacci retracement. So if I were to draw the low of 810 this morning to high, that's going to give me a midpoint of 4361s. And if we can pull back into there off the open, I'd love to be a buyer for the continuation of the top side of the breakout. The other case is, of course, that this low here at 905 holds and we actually break out of that top side here. And, we could, if we do start breaking out, I wouldn't be surprised to see another 20 points of upside here today in gold. But right now, I'm a long only bias in gold, even if we are getting the pullback. Sometimes there's just markets that seem to be one-sided, or that's where the best risk reward is in gold for me. Even if there's a trade that might work to the downside for one day, I want to be on the opposite side of that waiting for the pullbacks.
Yeah, it's funny though, when it does get a little bit of weakness on the session, it seems like gold just kind of melts down like 2% out of nowhere, 100 points here and there. And then it kind of will drift back up, put it at a new bottom. But I agree with you. And I think I've said this like several times in the last week or so. I plan on trying to trade silver at some point in 2026. When I decide that I'm going to pick up my trading like aggressively again in January. So we'll see. I actually started building a silver chart with some order flow stuff that I'm still trying to run and figure out and see if we can get an actually functional a delta map just based on a few things that I was starting to find calculations for. So we'll see if we can do that. I know I'm gonna work with XY too and try to see if I can convince him to trade silver with me on stream. That would be stupid and fun and something I've never actually pressed a button for. But since it's moving like anything else, I'm happy to try to trade it. But as far as
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, as far as like gold, I mean, I kind of agree with you more than anything else. It's hard to really want to short it outside of a scalp here and there. It just seems like we continue to put in whatever new floors that we've continued to bid off of. So even this week, or even looking back to kind of the midpoint of, or I guess the earlier part of December, that 4,300 level is still continuing to hold. Now I don't have a gold chart ready to go here. I kind of wish I did. I didn't actually load it this morning, but I'm going to be kind of watching to see, do we get any sort of pullback towards the 43.50s maybe today in the early part of today's session. That's kind of the week VWAP sitting down there too, as well as the overnight low. So let's see if we get any sort of push down there that I could potentially buy as well to start today's session. But
yeah,
for the most part,
had to be here an hour ago to get that 43.50.
I know, and that's
they gave you it once.
They did, but who wants to with I guess however we want to think about CPI and things now, with however they decide they want to finagle the data in in this administration this month post shutdown and things. I mean, I just take everything with a grain of salt these days with any sort of government data.
I mean, all that matters is what the market reacts to. I mean,
exactly.
Who am I to trust the data or not trust the data? It's if the market's going up on the data, then hey, what great. I mean, apparently they trust it. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not. I can see what the price of things cost in the real world, and all I know is it never feels like whatever they're telling me. But that's a whole other story.
But that 43.50 is at least in the pre-market, because obviously gold is gonna open just before that data release. But it's like, who wants to just take a quick position in gold right before a CPI release. Just not my bag. So
yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, you wait for the CPI release. The CPI. I'm in the same boat. Trust me. I'm like, I've taken some risk in the CPI. I also just had to do some things this morning where I wasn't really prepared to trade at that time. But if you look at the price action that I have here, one of the things I always look for, this is like a picture perfect setup for me. You have that yellow bar right at 820, so 10 minutes before CPI. That's an average true range expansion coming out of a low. Also, you have an inverse fair value gap being put in, as well as a fair value gap. And this looks, I'll go to a 1 minute time frame, but this is like an ideal entry for me where you have that type of price action. And then, so that's like the notifier for me, like, oh, okay, we just expanded to the upside going into PPI. If you got to stop in, the risk is the risk. I mean, you always have the chance of maybe some slippage around CPI, although we haven't had like too extreme of moves. They're still big, but it's not 400 points in the NASDAQ like we were having a few years ago off of CPI, and you were getting heavy slippage. But, we come into that 50% retracement from that low and sit there in base. Number comes out, we go straight up. We come into that 50% retracement again. We go straight up into targets. So I'm thinking third time's a charm here. And once again, that level's down here at 43.60. But we've already held it once to targets and then twice to targets. So if we can get it again, of course, usually the third time's like, hey, we're just kidding. We only work 2 times for you to figure it out. But that's why I'm really paying attention to that. And if you look at this 1 minute chart, that's where the last leg began here at 837. So at least I will go down to the 1 minute time frame and maybe wait for some confirmation off of that, because if we do hold that level and we are gunning for new highs, I think we got another 20 points above where that level would be. So if we get down to 43.60, I'd be looking for an eventual move up to 43.82s. But I do think whichever ways the index goes, the gold market will go as well here today. So I'm going to leave this a 1 minute chart. Nice big there in oil too. So oil's turning up. My thesis.
Yeah,
watch that.
It's getting to that point where it's either about to be very bad or this is a good spot to start kind of layering into a potential swing long. I don't know. I mean, it could continue to just absolutely liquidate, but
yeah,
it's getting to a spot where I'm comfortable kind of maybe taking some nibbles here in the mid 50s to see if we can.
We're at the lows of the year in oil as of
Yeah.
basically yesterday. In what I can't name another market that's at the lows of the year yesterday. I mean, it's not Bitcoin, it's not gold, it's not oil, it's not silver, it's not ES, it's not NASDAQ, it's none of the indexes. I don't know. I don't watch like a ton. I mean, bonds aren't on the lows of the year. Maybe a currency market. I don't watch too many currency markets, but that could be a sign that, are we going to continue to be I guess we'll be at lows of the year at some point, but getting a reversal going into just the idea of just a general sector rotation. Of course, oil is a commodity, but this bid out of this low and the way this looks, it's that same thing that I just pointed out in gold. You get that ATR expansion, yellow bar, you get a fair value gap, and then we pull right back into that 50% retracement there in an immediate bid. That tells me that this market is hot. When you see that immediate pullback and that call it a hammer candle out of it, continuation bar, we're still on highs here. That tells me that buyers are in control, and I think we could get all the way up to 56.92s here today. So I am going to start looking for an entry in CL. That's probably where I feel the most confident and comfortable right now, because I don't think we're going to have that potential morning volatility that we would have in the indexes. Even though I want to go long the indexes, they've had so much volatility. Buying a pullback in them with this downsloping structure on the daily chart could be really risky in the morning. We can just slice right through it. But I don't feel that same way about that in CL. We've built quite a base here. You can see a lot of these ATR expansions even yesterday coming out of that Sunday, or it wasn't a Sunday night open. It was the Wednesday open, the 6 o'clock open, big sweeping move higher. I think that's when they started talking about a naval blockade, whatever. Same thing, 50% retracement pullback, run to targets. It just seems to be that same pattern over and over again. And that what gives me confidence in this market. And I always try to gravitate to markets that are doing what I know they should be doing when they look like they're going higher, instead of getting too caught up in the markets that I trade every day. Just say, hey, you know what? This one just seems to be appropriately acting the way a market should when it's going higher, instantly coming out of longs, expanding range to the upside, and also coming out of a low of the year, which I don't want to say is bottom picking. Like, I'm not trying to bottom pick oil, but that was a big fat candle that totally erased a capitulation move into the lows of the year in CL. And you had a futures contract roll.
Well, it's a like I said, it's a spot. I think it's like I will take that. I would take that stop out, trying to nibble and maybe catch not a swing low, but a decent spot to initiate. And if you got stopped out, you got stopped out in the swing time frame, because it's going to probably drop a little bit lower, 53s down to maybe even the 50s if it were to keep going, and that happens, so be it. I'd probably try it again there, to be honest with you. But I guess we'll see how things shake out. I don't know if I'm going to take that trade, but it's something I'm going to continue to watch here. But there was a good question, and good morning, chat. I don't think Jack and I have said.
We haven't addressed you guys. Hello,
see you guys.
We'll address you after you like the stream.
Yes. Make sure everyone has already hit thumbs up and like. We had, I did see someone say it, and I was also kind of disappointed. Farm, I was expecting to be like full Santa. If you caught Farm during Halloween week, he decided to have a costume every single day. So I'm actually kind of upset he didn't go full like Grinch with face paint and, prosthetics maybe on his face. I was expecting him to possibly have a Jim Carrey level movie quality appearance doing his segment before Christmas. But other than that, good morning, guys. I did see a question though, and it was, let me try to find it. Jack, Nick, at the beginning of your career, tell me one thing you learned that changed the way of your performance and performance of your training. Sorry, read that completely incorrect. The biggest thing I would say that sticks out in my mind the second I read that was, you don't need to trade every single day. Is something, and one of the many reasons why I'm being a little light. I didn't even trade on Tuesday, like at all. I literally did not trade any account whatsoever. So I think that was something I had to learn when I was first starting trading futures. You're just kind of glued to a chart. You're looking on your phone. And I was working a job at this point too. And I was like trading Globex, and then because I was working a job, I guess I was trying to always like find like a window that I had to place a trade for whatever reason. And I could have been scalping a couple $100 here and there and feeling good about it. But at the same time, it's at the cost of you constantly putting risk on for no reason and not really having any sort of edge that you're really, I would say, or strategy that's really working. You're just kind of like always looking for some aspect of a setup. And if you're always looking for a trade, you're always going to find a trade. It just may not be a good trade. So that was something that I had to learn. And you only learn that through pain, unfortunately, that you don't always need to be in a trade. You don't always need to be looking for some setup that you're trying to justify in your mind. That was a turning point for me, was just, if you wait and you're patient and you're looking for the right trades, then you don't feel like you need to sit here all hours of a session, as well as even, certain days of the week. If nothing presents itself off the open, let's say, or in the first 2 hours, and I'm not seeing anything, then I probably won't take a trade that session. And that's okay with me.
Yeah. All great advice there. And, that's on the back. Jesse Livermore, if you ever read A Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, you probably should. I think that's the go-to book for most traders. Just it's a tale as old as time, because it's from, I think it's like 80 years ago now, that book was written about, Jesse Livermore, who was a famous trader who started in the bucket shops, which I would equivalent to like modern day prop firms, to be honest, because it's like super tight risk that they let you have. They were the house, which is, it's literally the exact same business model, but he chose to be very, very patient. And he talks about that, and also and this is a guy who made hundreds of millions of dollars back in like the 30s. Okay. That's a lot of money back then, who started when he was 15 years old with a few dollars, as an average man. So he always talks about patience. He would take weeks off at a time when the market wasn't sitting right. But I think a good thing for everyone. That's why I like looking at multiple markets. I find myself, if I'm only looking at one, I'll possibly force a trade. But when I'm looking at multiple markets, it allows me to view the behavior of multiple markets and then pay attention to higher time frame levels. If we're at, like, oil for me is at kind of at a higher time frame level, it's acting right. So I want to focus on that. If I was only focused on the NASDAQ here today, which I do think could trade higher, I have a trade idea, but I'm not as comfortable given the market conditions that we've been in inside of the indexes. We haven't had really much continuation to the upside, and my bias is long going into the day. So instead, I go over to oil. I feel more comfortable taking risk in oil here today because of the way it's positioned, even though I want to trade in the NASDAQ. Now, if I only traded the NASDAQ, I'd find a way to make that trade work because it's the only market I'm trading. So I think if you're going to do a few things, one, expand your tool set. Look at multiple markets, but also don't trade them all simultaneously. Pay attention and mark. I'm sure all of you guys have spent hours and hours and hours studying technical analysis, different ways to form opinions. You need to determine potential supports, resistance are always potential. We really never know. And then have an idea of what that market should look like when that support or resistance trades to confirm your bias, and then gravitate towards that market instead of just forcing a trade every single day for like a few ticks in the same market. I think that's a good way for like traders to start. If you have the time to analyze multiple markets, it's really not hard to watch 4 markets at once. Now, trading 4 markets at once, meaning having and managing positions on with 4 markets at once simultaneously, probably not a good idea. And we are just going here in the indexes.
I'm having delayed data. Well, if you want to go to Jack's screen, I'm going to close this and reload. I just noticed we're still trading in the 270s, and NQ is full send right now. So
yeah, we're full send
reload
right now. We're holding a more aggressive move than I want us to, and that's why the higher we get, the harder it is for me to chase up here. I do think there's going to be a setup, but I don't think it's going to be when I'm on the stream. I think it's going to be in lunchtime, which I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be here. Well, at least, I mean, I'll be somewhere, but I will not be on the stream. But I'm going to continue knowing the strategy I use, what I'm patient for. Let me go to a 5-minute chart. I'll show you guys how I would analyze what just happened here. So I use a lot of Fibonacci sequences in my analysis, and Fibonacci sequences don't always work. They work in trendy markets. A Fibonacci sequence, from the way I look at fibs, it's a trend tool, right? If you're in a range, volume profile is going to work in a range. Support trading fair value gap like swing lows and swing highs is going to work in the range. You also have to be aware of what strategy are you trading and under what conditions does it work. This strategy, I have multiple strategies, but buying pullbacks is going to work in a trendy market that's pulling back. You have to, 1, get the direction right, and then 2, get the entry right. But that's what Fibonacci trading is. If the market's going sideways and you're trying to buy a pullback, you're going to get your face kicked in just because you're not going to hold back. Or if you're, trading, you're attempting to trade a support level in a market that is not having any continuation. But so this was the draw I was looking for here. Okay, I still think we'll get it, but we are holding, and this is a really aggressive draw. This is what we came into prior to PPI. This is how I would view that pullback. This swing high up here is a new swing high to high. Okay, this is a new swing high to high, which is super aggressive. I'm giving these the trend. So I would draw this high to high, and you can see that's where that bid came from. I'd be willing to bet if we rotate up into 68, 61 off the open, that it's probably a fade. You always hear in my spirit. That's funny. So also, yeah, the Russell's been the stronger market. The Russell has been the stronger market. So I would not be surprised to see that continue. I'm going to go ahead and delete these draws and show you guys what I'm going to be looking for and it's a when it trades, right? Until it trades, I really don't got a lot to do. It's a when it trades. So I'm going to be patient because I don't need to do anything that's outside of my patient levels. That level for me moves up to 68.19 here in the ES. So 68.19 is going to be my zone here for the ES. And then we have to draw something new. Do you guys hear those sirens? I'm like in the city of Chicago. Let's see here. So sometimes we get to hear sirens. I don't know if you guys can hear them, but it's kind of exciting. Makes me think that something's going to happen. All right, and I'm going to get my new level here in MenthorQ. It's going to be 25,160. Cool. All right, so that's what I'm looking at in those indexes. Haven't quite got back. Let's do the same thing here in CL. I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking for here in CL, and then we're going to be placing my first order in CL. That's what I'm going to do. Just see what the middle of this range is. It's 56.06, it looks like.
Order submitted.
I'm going to place a couple of different orders here as we're getting closer. Oh, we did open. I didn't even realize it was 9:35.
Yeah, we're open.
Oh, yeah. I normally have the bell go off, but I have my other computer muted. We are open. Another market you want to talk about? Okay, you want to do some trend analysis? I don't trade it often. Who knows what the Widowmaker is? I don't think the Chicago Bears are moving to Indiana. That's for sure. They're moving to Arlington Heights. The Widowmaker, Natty Gas, you're my wife. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Yeah, hopefully not your wife. But that's really funny. So the Widowmaker, that is a market. If you like a market that moves, I mean, a lot of people trade the NASDAQ because it's moving, but hey, take a look at the freaking Nat gas market. We are down in the last month from highs in that gas right now, 25%. I mean, what market has moved 25%? I mean, silver is also highly volatile, but man, bratty natty baby. That is a market. If you want some fun, go play. All right, so filled on this gold. I want to see us quickly move higher. Come on, what's going on here? Got to set my handy dandy timer. If you guys have seen me on here before, you know that I set timers when I'm in my trades, so I understand what the market's giving me. There we go. So, kitchen timer, about $10 on Amazon. You get 2 of them. Great trading tool. Great trading tool. Old school technology. Grew up with these. Usually with timeouts. Got them in timeouts. I've never traded pork bellies.
Huh. What's going on? All right, let me try this.
It's
annoying.
All right. So in gold, I just have a bracket order, 10 points, stop, 10-point target right now. See what we do. Pretty heavy selling into this. This is the middle of the prior day's range. Right where it's trading, the middle of the prior day range in gold is 43.57. And if this were not to hold, I would expect us to actually take out that morning low and maybe get back towards where Nick wants to see at 43.50. But I'd be looking actually for us to take out that low if we don't hold here. It's either a continuation holds here. We're going to probably fail to lower lows. And then oil, not quite where I want it to be yet. But here's that selling off the open, which as we bid up higher in these indexes, I kind of expected us to not be able to hold this. This is quite the gap up here in a market that has been trending lower. I would not be surprised to see us all the way back at 25,100 in the NQs. ES, I think, can hold a little more aggressive. 1975 would be that first level I'm looking at the ES. Nick, what do you up and rolling again?
No, I'm still figuring it out.
Okay, technology issues. You let me know when. Otherwise,
oh, yeah,
I'll just...
you're good. I'm just something's going on with my data and it's driving me insane.
All right, so I see the indexes pulling back really to the beginning of that CPI candle at this point in time, and then it's going to be determining. So I'm looking at 25,107 area in the NQ that I want to see trade. Best case scenario for the ES is 68.19s, 68.19 in the ES to like 68.12s is where I'm going to look. Anything more aggressive than that, forget about it. Not interested in it. They can leave the station without me. But yeah, smart trade, Paulo. That would be, I'd be looking at 68.19.75 to 68.13. Gold not working. Yeah, gold, if gold pushes through down here, I'll try one. There it is. I'll try one more time at 43.41s. Just a failure to continue there. Move these drawings.
What's going on?
$43, $41.
Order submitted.
So, and then, like I said, 19 was it 1975 in ES, and it was 25,107 in the NQ. Come on, oil, fill me. Thank you, Phoenix. Appreciate that. So, Mia, good question. So, risking 1.5 the ATR. So, this is how I view the markets, because I look at the markets and like I basically give the trade 25. I'm picking a level based on my analysis, and I'm giving the market 25 minutes to react or go my way, and then I based on the reaction to my level kind of determines how big my target is. Like if we trade my level in 10 minutes, we are flying the direction I anticipated, I'm going to hold for a longer period of time. That's my theory. And so I'm using an average range of the 5-minute chart, and I'm giving it 50% more, so a little bit of wiggle room of that. And I say we should be moving that amount in that time period, because if I'm giving it 25 minutes and all I'm looking for is a 1.5 ATR, like that's the amount of room I'm giving it to the downside. But it should equally, if the trade is correct, we should equally be above a 1.5 ATR within a 25-minute cycle if the direction of the trade is correct. That's how I look at it. And do I study ICT concepts? So I mean, I've never watched an entire ICT video. Obviously, I know who he is, but the whole fair value gap thing, I used to call him single prints, and I've known about single prints for 10 years before I think anybody knew who he was. But now it's just widely referred to as fair value gaps. So I just say fair value gaps because it's just been more popularized. But I don't study his mythology. I mean, a lot of people say this stuff's recreated. But I mean, so is a lot of trading. It's just, you know, it's a lot of different ideas getting mashed into your own.
Okay. I think I'm back.
Okay.
And I'm long. I think we are good.
Why 25 minutes? It's just something I noticed works. That's why.
I'm closing this because that was a fat finger order as it was loading and trying to, I mean, that was a decent long, but I still feel like my data's being weird. So watch that be low of the day.
LOL, the Ron Hubbard of trading. That's funny. So we're at the midpoint of both the ES and the NQ of the prior day. The middle of the prior day in the NASDAQ is 25,197. And the middle of the prior day is 68.28. So that is where we are in both of these indexes right now. I still want to see a push below down to 25,107 in the NQ. And if you guys remember, I said that the 9:45 time frame. This is that 9:45 time frame. For whatever reason, that 9:45 seems to be a time where the market takes a turn. That 9:55 I noticed in the morning. I don't know why. It's just something I've noticed. I don't have the answers to everything. Just
all right. It looks like we're okay now. How's everybody doing? I'm back. That was annoying.
happens to the best of us.
Annoying. I mean, I feel like once a month, I feel like something as I'm on stream decides to break. The best was when I was live doing the Sunday Open, and I was talking about, I was like when a day when like Bitcoin, or the weekend where Bitcoin was just like liquidating. So I built a micro Bitcoin futures chart to talk about it, and it like crashed as I was on stream. So all good stuff.
Though this gold level is the midpoint for the week, from the low of the week to the current high of the week. And we're bullish bias. We swept below all of the lows. That's an ATR expansion bar down. If I can get a failure to continue after having an expansionary bar down in gold, that's going to be looking really good for me. That would be an ideal. So I would give that, when we have an ATR expansion down, which we have here at 945, if we are back above that by 1010, so that's one time cycle for me, 25 minutes, that low is solidified, meaning we push down aggressive sellers through lows of the day, swept it, stops get hit, etc., whatever. We come into the midpoint for the week, and then if we wrap back above that, that really sets us up for a new high. Now, how long that new high takes to be determined, but that would look really good. So by 1010, I would be looking at something. So good question. Is the ATR expansion bar 1.5 times the ATR? Is it just equal to what so it prints yellow if we're greater than 1.5. Right here, the average true range. Now, when you open, it's 9.3 right now in GC is the average true range multiplied by 1.5. So any bar that's greater than that is going to be yellow. And then also you got to be aware if it's blue, like that's what I call a trend bar. That'll overwrite the yellow. So that's also an expansionary bar that we had at 835 on the CPI number.
Hey, Larry. Nick, can you explain how you use the volume delta to enter a trade? Okay, sweeps previous day low, previous day high, etc. But how do you know when to enter? I think Jack actually just kind of did a brief explanation there. Like we might sweep a level. I might be watching my delta profile here, kind of watching. You see stops get ran, whatever it is. You see just an aggressive push like this from sellers. Like right now, like us making a new low of the day. Does the selling kind of run out of steam as we head towards, the overnight VWAP down here at 140? Do I see like an exhaustive push from sellers? Am I seeing that, let's say, on the Delta profile that shows sellers or somebody just kind of puked at those lows and buyers just immediately stepped in to kind of buy it, kind of like what you're seeing here? So that's typically how I would use it. It's something you kind of need to be watching time and sales for a little bit, or, seeing or however you can kind of witness some aspect of a lot of market orders getting puked at that type of low. And then you kind of see buyers just immediately step in and kind of buy everything they can at that spot. And it usually pops out of those little excess lows very quickly like this. And that kind of gives you indication that that was more of an exhaustive push below some aspect of an MGI spot. So it's hard to kind of explain unless you're kind of watching it in real time, and we can slow it down. Like replay mode is a good thing to kind of understand exactly what happened on a low like that. And kind of be, like I said, watching what you saw, let's say on the DOM or on time and sales, that could kind of give it to you. But replay is kind of how I started to really learn it. And then as you are, I guess, got more comfortable, or as I got more comfortable, you kind of see us approaching spots and you're kind of aware that something like that may happen. And then you see it happen in real time, and it just becomes like muscle memory of, as you're kind of witnessing it, you see the same thing kind of happen on time and sales and on the Delta profile. It gives you the confidence to feel like you know what you're actually seeing, and it's not just like noise. So it takes time. That's kind of how I would explain how to get good at kind of potentially reading it. But at the end of the day, there's things with order flow and volume like this where it still could be very much a false positive, and we push directly through that little exhaustive low that we kind of made, even like what we may do right now. But that's kind of the risk you take. You start getting comfortable with that type of setup and throwing a little risk on, where you're potentially wrong. But it's still hard to always read in real time and feel super, super, super confident that it's exactly what's happening.
All right, pushing up here in gold a bit. Got a little shy away from my 1975, which was that first level of support I had in the ES, which makes me less confident if we actually retest it. I prefer that those levels trade as opposed to getting just in front of it, because I'm a little worried if we come back down that people have stops below their low. If we can get above the midpoint here of the day, which is 43.57 in gold, I'll feel confident. We've already gotten that 1.5 ATR expansion. So we've moved more than 50% the average to range here in GC. Actually, it's 11 points now. So it just changed because of this bar. These were expansionary. But if we can get this to be an 11-point bar, it's at 9.4 right now. That's going to make me feel confident in my support level to immediately get a push lower and then a move back up. But yep, getting aggressive bids in these indexes above. If we hold here and we do not make a new low, my upside target would be 25,408 in the NASDAQ. If we hold here and do not make a new low, that's where I would anticipate to be. That 1975, like I said, in the ES, we came what to 20s, 20 quarter. I don't know. Can't see. And then I would look for us to, if we do not make a new low, 68, 64 is where we're going.
Jack, with all my data issues that I was having, I didn't even see that gold gave us a hell of a long, and then you happened to take it.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I was looking at the more aggressive level. There was nobody home there. And I said, I was like,
Yeah.
we're going to get 50s and then 41s. I thought we were going to come back a little deeper. It was either we were going to hold that more aggressive bid, which we failed immediately, wiped out lows of the day. And that wipeout of lows of the day was actually the midpoint of the week down there at that 41. That's where I stepped in and bought. We had that expansionary move right into it. And I love to see this reversal. I was telling everybody, if we can get back above that bar we made down at 940, which was aggressive stop run, if we took out the opening drive, the overnight lows, all of the things we needed to take out, getting back above that bar puts us back above the middle of the day. Inverse fair value gap, kind of solidifying that, and then it'd be an ATR expansion again to the upside. So I'm hoping that's what we're going to have. If that is, I do think this could be a gold position. I would be looking for new highs of the day.
Yeah.
That would be my ideal target, maybe up to 43.87. So I'd be milking and be in this position for a while. But haven't got I wanted my CL fill a little bit more than I wanted my GC fill. I still wanted that 56.06 to trade. So I got a limit there. I also, it's not on screen because I only have so much screen space, but 68.13 half in the ES. I got a bid in 25,107. I got a bid here in the NQs, but doesn't look like that's setting up right now.
Yeah, what's funny is I now looking back at gold, I see even on the order flow down there, like it made a lot of sense. Like that's a good spot. And buyers were very willing to step in around the 40s, but I was not looking because I was trying to fix my charts.
Kind of hard to watch it all at once. I wish I had you here to tell me that because I don't have order flow on my screen, but I feel like every time I come on here, I'm on here with somebody who does, and they tell me what's going on. They're like, hey, yeah, by the way, that level you picked is great. I'm like, sweet.
But we've talked about this. It shows you that like two traders that trade very differently can still see things and have very similar, ideas. And it's still kind of based on, the same level of volume and what's going on in the auction. Like it's still based on the same principles. It's just different ways of looking at the data. So it's always cool that, Jack took it based on what he saw. And then I'm looking back, I guess a little bit of hindsight there, but seeing that like, that made a lot of sense to initiate a bid there.
Yeah. All right. Swing up here. Nothing. I'm going to cancel my oil order for now. It's just not getting it. I still want to be long oil. It's just finding an entry and wanting to be in a trade are two different things. Didn't get where I wanted to pull back to. Came about five ticks away from it, but my eventual oil target out of this low is 56.92. I will look to attempt a long until we hit 56.92, and then I'll just have to reevaluate. But I do think oil will be taking out highs of the overnight session, which we're right around 6 o'clock before some time. And this 56.40 is a pretty important level. It's that European session high that we can get below.
I love gold.
And Q still kind of struggling here at the ORLO.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, this morning when I went over those more aggressive draws, what we were going to hold into, this zone here that I said in the ES, okay, I like 1975 would have been the, kind of real. I would have wanted to touch the 50, but if you look at the NASDAQ held freaking perfect, right on that 50% retracement. 25,161 was that level I mentioned. This is what I drew on the stream not too long ago.
Oh, I'm looking at a daily bar. I was like, what is going on? That makes no sense. No, I was looking at the daily. That's why.
And so goes gold, so goes those indexes. You notice those entries traded right around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But only in one, can't be in them all. Some days, if I'm in them all, I get scared. I'm like, I should not be in everything right now. Well, ideally, the ATR expansion. There's two ways to look at. I always like to have a frame of what my bias is. So my frame for the like you can see, look at both of the ES and the NQ getting that instant ATR move. Okay, so you have that yellow bar right after that low. If you are in a long from those areas I pointed out, and I see that yellow bar, that's giving me confidence. That's telling me I'm in the correct direction. Now, the other thing is if your bias is long, like mine was here in gold, and we have a yellow bar down, I'm not going to be afraid of that. Okay. I'm not like that to me this is a liquidation. And then I also am thinking about the position of that ATR bar as it's through the lows of the day, immediately into the halfway back long for the week, immediately into the midpoint for the week, and then right back up. So you have to be thinking about your bias. It's a confirmation candle for me after an entry. But if I was bearish and I shorted right as we were having this ATR bar, let's say I just got short these indexes and I saw that bar be yellow, I'd be like, no, I'm not taking this trade because the price action's been up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How you guys doing?
Oh, just living the dream. How are you guys doing?
Good.
No,
It's
Salma,
only
you asked
Thursday.
me that right as I was like trying to build into a short and got stopped out immediately. So
Oh shit, sorry.
no, I'm just being funny. I was trying the little overnight high or mid. I was trying to build into one, but decided to just cut it.
Yeah, I was looking at that same thing. I almost didn't even show up today because I thought the invite that I received, I thought was for an hour from now. So
I had that problem earlier this week.
I text Salma and I was like, hold on, are we on now in the next 20 minutes? And she's like, yep. And I'm like, oh, better hurry up and get ready.
I'm glad you asked. It would have been, I mean, it's fine. We would have eventually got you on, but
This is a call wall here for the Qs. So this is kind of what you need to stay below here in the Qs is a call wall right at 610s basically.
is the gamma in the room with us? I know Nick and Leo were thinking that.
Nick is also a gamma enjoyer though. So
it's options expiration week. The gamma is always in the room.
No, I like to look at gamma as well. I just look at SPX's gamma though. Jack, you manually draw your gamma walls?
So I in my Discord, I have a gentleman I've been working with for like 10 years. And he's as bright as they come. He's been trading for like 30 plus years, but he actually wrote his own software and he pulls the data from the CBOE and then plots it into the chart and then shares me a link and I just load it up every morning. So I would like to say that I do it, but realistically I get it from him. And yeah, that's how I get it.
At least you're honest and it's easy for you.
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, so he'll draw it in the the gammas. It's coming from the Qs or the SPY or the SPX, like it's just open interest levels.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to pretend I'm all sophisticated to pretend how it actually all works, but I know and see the reactions. But then you have to convert those, whether it's the QQQ to the NQ, or you have to convert those levels. So he'll do that conversion as well, because there's a point difference. Like the Qs are in the 600s, the Nasdaq's at 25,000. Like the levels, you got to convert them, and he's got some type of mathematical calculation he has to do that. And then the same thing for the SPX and the SPY. But the NDX doesn't have enough volume to make an impact on the NQ, but the SPX has decent volume, so he'll chart up the SPY and the SPX on the ES. And I'll use it in confirmation with anything else.
Yeah, it might just be easier for you to have like the QQQ chart side by side with NQ, and then you could just see like, okay, QQQ is approaching the call wall, and now NQ is at this level. Then you could assume that like that's where resistance would be on NQ.
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, I have that just on a separate screen, but yeah, I just got Qs, NQs, ES, SPY, SPX, ES, VIX.
Yeah,
There's only so much we can share, right? I mean, this is one
Right.
screen, but you can't try. I'm looking at 4. I don't know how many you guys are working with, but like one of them is just, it's like not really much going on with trading.
Yeah, I've got 2 and then my laptop. Anything more and I'd probably lose my mind.
Yeah, so am I going to start trailing myself? I mean, I guess I could move it up, but yeah, I could definitely move it above my entry, but I don't trail too tight to be, and for better or for worse, I use time to trail. When I got in that gold trade, I said, I'm going to wait 25 minutes before I'm even going to have a thought of what I'm going to do. That's just how I view the market. That entry 9:45 was the beginning. I said at 10:10, so we got 5 more minutes. And at 5 more minutes, then I make my decision. I think if you get too early with your trails, you're not letting the market do anything. I'm swinging for new highs. If I trail every 5-minute bar, I'm never going to get it. So instead, I just let time periods pass and then make my trailing decisions. You guys got Leo or Salma? You guys got anything on? I can't even hear you, Salma.
Yeah, I'm short from this OR mid that Nick was. Nick, are you still in it?
No, I got stopped out and was trying to re-enter, and it looks like it's going to go without me.
Yeah.
I'm not in anything yet. No.
Yeah. The conversion from QQQ to the NQ is 25,290.
Yeah, did you get into the 290s or did you?
Yeah, man, I'm at 296.
Okay. Yeah, you got a good entry. I got a little overzealous on my first one. It was in at like 74s and decided just to cut it.
ES is still hovering above its OR mid. So a little bit of divergence here.
All right, let's push. Sorry, I'm just in gold. I'm not indexes. I'd love to see us lower. If you guys can push us lower, I got bids below the current low of the day. So if you guys can get it down there, hand it to me.
Working on it, Jack.
Appreciate it.
You're in gold from what level?
41.7, 43, 41.7. But it was my second try, to be fair. I tried to buy pullback that was more aggressive, stopped out, and then waited for the sweep of the low of the day. And then so far the reaction's been pretty good. So I am holding for an anticipated new high of the week. If we can get above 43.75 before lunch, I'm going to be feeling good.
It's a great long.
Looks good so far.
Leo, are you going to become a silver enjoyer in 2026 with me?
Is that the new thing?
It will be.
It would be, some other precious metal beside gold would become popular.
Oh, it's going to be
All right.
silver.
I added to that in the 80s and then added
Order
again at
submitted.
70. I just covered the ad, so now my entry. I'm in one from 69.
Yeah, ES looks like it wants to curl over.
Oh, yeah. I can pull mine back.
I'm just yep.
Leo, what are you targeting? Weekly open or lower?
I'm gonna take profit right here at 200, right at the value area low in the V range.
Nice. Yeah, 215 I'm seeing on NQ weekly open.
Wait, what? Why would you? The week open is at 4.
Is it not?
It's
Yeah,
at,
it's at 463 in March.
Hold on.
Oops.
Bro.
Yeah, it's way up there. 463, like Nick said.
I'm telling you, these indicators for like the key levels and stuff, always messing up somehow.
Well, we're working on solving that problem.
We are.
With-
I'm not. Smarter people than me with Leo.
You're making a new indicator?
Maybe.
Ooh. Chat, this is foreshadowing.
Things that we have on NinjaTrader maybe going to TradingView too.
Ooh. Yeah, okay, hold on.
It's
Let me
time
figure
for
out why.
Christmas.
I see why. All right, my bad, guys. Now I'm looking at the right one.
So pretty soon you can have accurate levels all the time. No concerns.
How soon are we talking?
I think within a month or two.
Nice. Okay, chat, don't. I got it right now. I don't know what I was looking at.
Well, who's short off my stop? Raise your hands in the chat because it worked again.
That's tough. Where'd you get stopped?
Right above the OR mid, and I was going to re-enter, but
It's all right.
so that would have been
Last
like the
time we were on-
94s, I think was my stop.
Last time we were on, I got stopped low of the day with on the 5-minute bar, and then we rallied like 250 points. I was like, sick.
All right, I'm going to cover here at 200.
That's the mid of the day right there. The prior day, I should
Are
say.
you're saying mid of the full 24-hour session?
The prior day's 24-hour session, correct?
The prior day's 24-hour session?
Yeah, just mapped into today.
Okay, gotcha.
You guys are all welcome in the chat. You guys feel free to contribute to my Venmo. It goes to diapers and new solid foods that my wife wants to try with the baby.
Hey, Jake, that's the whole point. We're going to ruffle some feathers. You know, when they came at me the other day, I said, so you know what? I think it's time to ruffle some feathers over there because they do their own, they do that on their own to us, right? So, I know a few people introducing baby brisk. What's
What?
that?
Or introducing
Like brisk the drink. Iced
That
tea.
drink is so nasty.
It's too much sugar. I'll get a headache. It's like a hangover with no alcohol.
Dude, it used to be the worst drink when we were kids.
is gold.
Yeah.
No, gold's still sitting
Sorry,
there.
I've been trying to fix my charts. But yes, one sec.
Well, now that my whole screen's up, you can see I got orders in the ES at 68.13 half, and then 25.107 in the NQs, 56.06 in CL, and kind of just hanging out until that happens for the index.
Man, all the people in the chat that took that 5-minute or mid short, love it. Love it.
They saw me get stopped out, so
short.
they had to enter. It's the rule. I don't make the rules; they do.
Nick, I did that yesterday when Leo got stopped out. It was actually the perfect
You
trade.
entered off his stop.
It was so awesome. You like you
Oh,
couldn't even have made it up.
My target for gold is new highs, but that's obviously going to take a while. If this we're right at the top of the range, you can take this as a target too. But I'm hoping for a bigger move here, just because of the speed of which we came off that low. It should not be revisited, but that's not going to happen till lunch at least. So, if you're not somebody who can hold that long, then don't force yourself into a trading style that you're not used to. There it is.
I have to redraw all my drawings.
why?
Because I gave up on like the continuous contract and I just went straight to Marches so the indicator can actually work.
Mm.
And then after stream, I'll just mess with it later.
Still coming.
Ooh.
Are you guys trading next week?
No, I'm not trading next week.
Probably not.
No, you know what? My wife told me this morning. She's like, Christmas is 1 week from today. I'm like, well, you just ruined my day by telling me that.
What do you mean?
What the F? It's just like, it's too fast.
Yeah, it did kind of sneak up for
It's
some
literally
reason this
like,
year.
boom, it's Christmas.
Yep.
You guys have all your gifts and stuff ready?
Apparently. Apparently we do.
I'm assuming you did not go shopping.
Oh,
Well, the great
Wheels
thing,
got somebody for that.
I have people for that, Salma.
Oh,
AKA
your wife.
my wife.
Oh my God, you guys are hilarious.
Yeah,
What? Why is that funny?
I just think it's hilarious. Can a
She
girl
loves
laugh?
it. She loves it. She's just like, listen, Salma, November comes around, she is shopping. She's doing the thing, finding all the deals. On Black Friday, she was like, I'm done. I've got all my Christmas shopping done.
Everything ordered to the house.
I mean, it's a great time to taking the opportunity of all those sales. Hell yeah. You're asking 3 dudes if they got their shopping done on time.
Yeah. It's kind of like,
oh, that's hilarious.
Is that really the craziest question to ask?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
We appreciate it. Someone's got to remind me that I still have more shopping to do.
I mean, all right. Okay, listen, I don't even celebrate Christmas and I have my Christmas shopping done. So what's the excuse? Leo has a quant for Christmas shopping. Yeah, apparently.
Oh man, she's a great quant. That's gonna just be my new term for having a person. That's my quant does that.
Kane said, but if you don't celebrate it, it's easy to get it done in time. How does that make sense?
Because there's no end time. There's no date.
I will say this though, I do hate shopping, so
That's surprising.
Yeah, no.
Seems like you're pretty good at it. Like I hate
something
Was
called
that why you get it done fast? Because you don't want to worry about it?
Yeah, just like if I can just get it done in like 10 minutes online shopping, done. Leo, look at the chat. Oh God.
Kana's too busy eating beans and toast.
Yes, he is. Big
The
beans
whole
and
thing
toast.
was fake. He says he doesn't like beans and toast, and people are sending me pictures of him eating beans and toast.
Haters will say it's fake.
Yes, haters will say it's fake.
You can do a lot with AI these days.
Karen,
Jack.
But those
My
aren't
wife-
AI. That was really Kane eating beans and toast.
my wife and I both agreed not to get each other any gifts this year.
Lame.
And
Anybody still short?
Before anybody says that's a trap, you still have to get her a gift. No, it's not, because we've done it before, and it's totally fine.
Yeah, we're in the same boat. I also feel weird about. I guess I'm buying myself a gift at the end of the day, but somebody else is choosing it.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, like, when I want to get something, I just get it. You know, it's just like I'm on the market for a new smoker. I'm just gonna buy it. Like,
that's how I feel. I need an offset, or I want an offset, and I'm just gonna keep wandering Home Depot and see if there's one randomly on clearance for a couple $100 bucks.
It's like I don't need to. We don't need to do all this Christmas stuff. You know, like, kids, Christmas is for the kids.
My mom still won't admit Santa's not real.
She won't admit Santa's not real.
She won't admit Santa's not real.
Funny.
I love it though. Like, okay, whatever.
I'm trying another long here.
I was just gonna say 30-minute looks like a massive cup. And we may have just made the handle. It's not perfect, but
You buy your wife power tools every year?
What? No, definitely not. The one time my wife decided to like scare the crap out of me is when I'm like sitting on the couch, like on my phone, whatever, towards the end of the night. And she goes, "Hey, do we have a belt sander?" And I literally just said, "Whatever you're thinking, no, absolutely not. Whatever it is."
You didn't even question how she knows what that is?
But no, the fact that she was asking if we have one means she already had a plan of something she needs to sand. And I just wanted.
Does that mean you need to sand it?
Well, it was that, or she just has an idea for something that needs to be remodeled, repainted, rebuilt. So I was, yeah. But she was trying to save me money by doing it herself.
That's nice.
No.
Which should probably cost you money long term.
This was the running joke after. Yeah, see, driver trades those. When the wife asks for power tools, it's never good.
I see today is day 3 of a famous platform being down today.
Oh wow, it's down again.
I think that's a record.
Oof.
Big oof.
That's tough.
Yeah. It's also 3 days in a row that NinjaTrader has worked flawlessly. So
repeat.
Yep. Consistency. The lockout feature that they're working on is different than the one you want.
Leo may have now officially set the record of the greatest aged tweet of all time.
That's very true. Yeah.
We are still holding these levels.
All right.
Nice long.
I'm taking one off here.
Yeah, you should. As you should.
All right, and break even on the other two.
Nice trade.
I'm long from 85s, if anyone didn't know. I thought I said that, but
Nice.
185.
Nice entry.
I was a little worried we were gonna run the 160s like violently again.
Yeah, I thought we'd go lower. I had a limit a little bit lower on ES.
But I was able to run that with a pretty tight stop of about 9 points.
That's tight.
Well, because if we broke that like 180s, I had a feeling it was going to flush another 20, 30 points. So
yeah, certainly. Mm-hmm.
But let's see if we can rotate back up here towards the week VWAP, if not the ORLO.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get back up towards that call wall and push through it, man, you got new highs of the day on that sucker.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to warm up to this idea of call walls being a thing. We've already challenged Nick to that, and
well, I just don't mention it to Leo anymore. if it one happens to line up with like his V range or something, I just don't say anything.
Yeah,
I just say I'm long off the V range, not I'm long off the SPX gamma level.
That's funny. He did.
It's just where the most open interest is for the Qs. It's 25.
it's just we're just having a bit of fun, Jack.
Yeah. I just was, I mean, whatever. I mean, there's a million things in the market. Sometimes who knows what's working.
We have a history of poking fun at gamma stuff, so it's a bit of an inside joke.
Gotcha.
And Leo also won a bet when I tried to prove him wrong that I could use it for things beyond probably the scope of what you should use it for.
Nick was like, "You want to know? You want to go?"
I was really,
Let's go.
Jack. I got really cocky because like 2 days in a row I had hit like a stupid 0 DTE like exactly, like perfectly, and then I was like, I can use this to know where we're gonna close within a few points. Like, because I could see I'm watching the volume, and then it was like the perfect storm of the next day. I got really close again, and then it was just awful. And so Leo bet me I couldn't do it, and I quit 2 days in. But yes, I did call out my my long.
Everything in moderation.
All right, I'm gonna take another one off here.
We have Deli in the chat.
Oh, what's up,
And
Deli?
he likes gamma levels. So take that, Leo.
Hey man, I'm not. It's an inside joke between me and Nick. No, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to say it's fake or anything like that. It's just.
Oh, he so is.
All right, I'm down to one.
Give me some gamma levels. Put them on my chart.
Yeah, start sharing them with us, Jack.
To be honest, I have them on a different software. I don't have them converted to Ninja.
What's my stop strategy? Someone was asking. I'm just gonna trail this. See if we break above the OR mid, I'll probably trail it around the week VWAP or something. But I'm down to one, and I've captured a decent amount of points on this trade.
So. No, I would not take the mid again.
Yeah, that's kind of the logic of me starting to trail it. If we get back above that mid, we're probably going to make a new high of the day.
ATR expansion too in both of the indexes on that last 5-minute bar back to the upside. So that's the second time we've expanded range on the 5-minute chart coming out of those support levels. Pushing through the high of the day. I got 68, 64s would be where I would project these targets, and then 25,408s if we can run to these highs with steam, which is what it's looking like. So that's a lot of room to the upside here, but
where we going?
That was such a clean long. Oh my God.
It was.
It's freaking 25 points on ES.
Got more to go.
Actually, was that easier to take on ES? I wasn't even watching ES when
it was so clean. I just thought it would come lower.
Yeah, that I might have not taken. Well, I guess it's the same trade on NQ because we didn't tag the overnight VWAP.
They work together.
As I said, that's a type of long. I mean, I've yelled this ad nauseum on the show at this point, but there's a lot of trades that I feel like I've not taken before, especially to the long side. And this would have been a great example of one I would have probably waited to see us make a new low of the day and then potentially try to get long, and we didn't. And so I would have hate watched this. Old Nick would have hate watched this the whole way up.
I'm hate watching right now, but I'm going to wait to see if we break above, because right now we're at basically the week's mid on ES. I'll wait to see if we break that, retest, and then I'll look to see if I can enter some longs.
Run it, baby. Looks like I'll be canceling my orders below that are not going to come in.
Order canceled.
Through the high of the day here in the ES and the NASDAQ as well.
We probably end up sweeping previous week's low on ES.
That is a fat hammer candle on 30-minute in these indexes.
See if we can go to previous week low, which also is basically Is that the V range high? Yes, it is.
I also have that as a 0.618 on NQ for the week. Leo, you got anything to say about fib levels?
I love all the levels. I love gamma. I love fibs. Everything. Deli won't even say hi to me. Now that I made a joke about gamma, he said hi to you, not to me. So that's how it's going to be, chat.
Kane, did you just expose Deli as a speech to text texter? Does he say laughing emoji and then the phone sends a laughing emoji? Speech to text is goated. Okay.
Funny story there.
Wait. Hold on. You guys talk to you don't text. You just tell
Apparently, Deli talks to his phone.
My wife
talk to your phone.
My wife is a
what the fuck?
Push to text person, and it took me a while to get used to. In fact, on our first date,
that like hi Leo rolling eyes?
Yeah. He'll say rolling eyes, and then the phone will just put in the emoji.
Roll eye.
Hey
emoji.
Leo, rolling eye emoji.
Whoa,
that is crazy.
That's unk behavior.
True story though. My wife on our I guess it was our second date technically, but she had an Apple Watch and was like this at lunch, responding to a work message on her wrist, like speak to text, responding to an email. And I was like, what did I just get myself into?
That's different though, because at least like on the watch, you have the excuse of it's really hard to type. But like with the phone, what's the excuse?
Y'all are putting Boss Man on blast.
Guys, if you don't see us after the new year, it's been real. Wait, Deli, I actually enjoy your long tweets, those long messages that you send out. You speech to text those? I don't believe it.
I bet he doesn't even write them. He probably
like AI?
He has a text writer.
He's got a quant for that.
Yeah, he's got a quant for that.
How does Kane know all of this? Does it on his morning walks.
Unk is like a new thing. Unk is like 6'7". That's
yeah. I was to say the Unk thing is that's been recent, at least.
Yeah,
what I've been hearing.
Move my stop up here below the swing low in GC now. Once again, those indexes trading supports at the same time as gold. They're going to be lockstep.
I can attest. Anthony does speech to text for these long posts in his morning note.
Tracy, oh my God. Everybody's just coming for Deli right now.
Oh, man.
He's got some explaining to do.
Yep.
All right. Can we, new high of the day here, but can we just get a violent push?
You're on bar 3 of 5. Let's see if that ends up playing out here. Once you get to that 5-bar move, then I'm like, I mean, I want to pull back because I want an entry, so I hate to root against you, but I'm only looking for a move down so I can get in. I'm not looking for a move down so you get out, but we can get back to it'd be a deeper pullback than you want to see, but probably happened at lunch at some point. I bet we do at some point later today end up holding the mid from the RTH low, which right now would be 68.40 in the ES and 25,260 area in the NQ, but that will change. That will change. Gold getting above the most recent swing high. Still never got my CL fill. I was desperate for 56.06 back at the top.
I mean, Jack, we were talking about it. I'm sure it'll give another opportunity. There'll be something stupid. There's so much headline risk. Who knows?
There's always another opportunity. That's how you got to think. But that was a good opportunity.
It was. I think we said it at nauseum this morning that was a decent spot
those
to put a little risk on.
Those were the levels. I mean, I still have them on my screen from when we first started talking this morning.
Yeah.
my imaginary fib lines. But holding that CPI, the top of that, basically that initial CPI move goes right at that first 5-minute candle as well. And if I can get gold to run all the way to new highs, I'll feel good. Got Nat Gas taking the hammer right now. I'd love to see Nat Gas fall all the way down to $4.03. Take out the low of the day. That'll be a similar formation, and gold did take out that overnight low and then sweep into the mid for the week. That's the exact same pattern if we get down to 403. So I'll watch that later. It's not on my screen right now, but you guys are Nat Gas traders. Look at that 403. The exact same setup that gold just traded.
Nick always with the violence. What did I do?
You're catching strays?
I mean, I usually choose violence in the markets. That's why I'm, I guess, short biased a little bit. I'm a masochist trader.
Look at you holding this dog, Nick.
I mean, I've said this before, Jack. I think you've been on with me when this has happened. Like, I'm trying to get better at this instead of just like taking my 30 points full clip, couple grand, and just calling it a day and leaving the desk.
Easiest rule, if you get an average range expansion off of your entry, just hold it for 25 minutes. It's not that long of a time. Set a timer. You can trail maybe 5-minute bars.
The time thing is probably a decent way for me to get more comfortable with it, is like let the next 30-minute candle kind of close before I really start trailing or something like that, so that maybe I'm catching a piece of the trend for the session. Like, there's probably a better way to do it versus me even eyeballing stop placements and trails up.
Yeah, but you mean the amount of risk? I mean, you think about the R you have on this trade with what was $100 stop or $200 stop, and now you're up.
Yeah, it was like $600 basically.
Okay, you had multiple contracts.
Yeah,
you had 9-point stop or what?
Yeah, it was like 9.5, whatever. I was doing rough math. No, we're good. We're good.
Bit newsy.
The first candle that has like any selling.
That made me a little nervous. There was a tweet or something coming.
I don't know. Tweets haven't had too much impact lately. I haven't seen.
Don't say that, because then it'll start.
Do I have that much power to jinx the market? I wish I could just say.
As soon as you start thinking something is like not having an effect. Boom. Yeah, famous last words.
Yeah, I probably did just buy the next generational low. The old one was the December contract 140s. Now it's the March contract 180s.
This is equivalent to the April low. No, I mean, this very well could be the low before new all-time high. I would not be surprised to see that. The way like this morning where we held in the NASDAQ was literally the mid of that November low. Very technical, bid all morning, fundamental news on the back of what everybody cares about, which is the interest rates, CPI number this morning. Great reaction. And the first pullback was aggressively bid. Aggressively bid.
Here's a previous week low sweep on ES.
There's that 68.64 target I had in the ES, and then the one I have in the NQ is 20,408.
Wow. This thing just 4 5-minute green candles with no pullback. Nick, are you still holding from when you first entered?
Yeah.
Nice. You forgot how to exit now.
I'm just trailing it up. I'm probably gonna cover this as I'm getting off air if we're still moving. So I don't have to think about it.
Someone said just walk away and go to bed, leave it on.
I mean, I'm just not that person, because even though it's in profit, even though I'm trailing, I still am a insane person where I still have to watch it subconsciously for some reason. So it'll mean like if I go work out, for a run errands. It's like I'm randomly just going to check
I'm like that
the
too.
NinjaTrader app as I'm running around
You know
in a
what I
grocery
think
store.
I think what you have to do now, Nick, is you have to hang out with us till it's time to leave the show. We have to sweat this trade all the rest of the show.
I mean, like in the
cannot
afternoons,
leave
if
in
I'm
20
not on,
minutes.
I'm usually back testing instead of going to therapy. So, I probably should just get back to doing that.
Wait, back testing isn't therapy?
That's my therapy. That's usually what I
Oh.
do because I can't commit to therapy. So I back test.
I
There's
just
your
use the quant.
408s.
I just have the quant do the back test for me.
408s. 20 minutes into the rally.
Back test. Pax.
I'm kidding.
Don't get me started.
I'm kidding. It was one of the only good tweets that I've actually put out there. I feel like, and nobody seemed to understand that it was a massive joke.
The best tweets are the ones that are purely just absolutely a total joke, and everyone takes it literally.
It seemed like,
those are the best.
Back testing instead of going to therapy was a hot issue on that typical
It must have been
shitpost of a Saturday tweet that was.
It must have been.
Like everyone got real defensive about back testing or therapy. Everyone was in their corner.
We're basically just about recovered the entire move from yesterday.
Pax, yes, I am long from 184.50 since I know you like numbers being said.
Yeah, let's see if gold can push through that morning high here. Still chugging along. Like I said, I thought I'd be in this for a while. Granted, my target is a new high of the week. So get through this 76 area would be ideal. But yeah, coming off that 408 so far in the NQs. My ideal entry in the second half of the day is in mid from the RTH range, but that'll take some time to set up.
I think we're
on what NQ?
I think we're
Either or NQ, yes. I think of them both coming in would be normal before the day ends, but of course there's a lot of day left. Still pretty early.
Yeah, let's see if sellers can step in here.
The V-shaped recovery is the best type of recovery. That's how you know you got a bigger move brewing.
And where would I realistically cover this? Let me think. Probably not till the week open.
You got the previous day high, 55.08. That's the overnight high.
447.
If that's the liquidity we're going to take out, if we're going to bump through that. But I do think you're going to be.
I'm not a big cran line guy, but we're coming into that spot from.
You could do 450. Yesterday's 30-minute OR high, or 476 for that weekly open.
I'll probably just keep trailing this up.
That nap might be a good idea.
Just take a nap and just take
a nap.
Leave it.
Nick, we're going to the month week open. We're going up there.
We probably are.
It's 200 points away, man. There's plenty of room to run. No,
Wait, you say the
Santa's coming this year.
The month open?
100 points away.
Yeah, Jim says Santa's coming. I still don't know.
Yeah, the monthly open is at.
The month open, week open, previous day high, all sitting up there. So there are targets.
482. I need to change my crosshairs.
Yes, Nick with apparently another generational low. This would be a great time, I think, for that conversion from 1 mini of a runner into 10 micros would be fun. I look forward to playing around with that when it gets released.
Yeah.
Because this is that situation where it's like, hey, you're in the trend, you're down to 1, and it's like, all right, I could still be taking some partials.
Right.
Gonna have that 5-bar rule here shortly.
Sorry, say that again.
If you're new, subscribe. Everybody subscribe.
Sorry. Well, if you're just hanging out for the first time here on NT Live, please do us the favor in smashing that thumbs up button, as well as making sure you are subscribed to the channel. We do this every day, whether it's bringing you pre-market prep with very intelligent macro minds out there in the space, as well as some occasional alpha from a few day traders that are trading the open, trading the midday markets, as well as trading power hour. You can watch some of us trade a 20-point range in the afternoon if that is something you are interested in. We do tend to have a lot of fun throughout the RTH session here on this stream, so please do continue to hang out with us. We very much appreciate it.
If you don't hit the likes, you hate puppies.
Yes. What a great soundbite that is.
You have the voice for radio. You really do.
He does.
Well, thank you.
Doesn't have the face for it though.
That is true.
Ooh, snap.
Well, that was a compliment. A face for radio. I said he doesn't have a face for radio. If I said he did have a face for radio, it's just sophisticated.
I don't know. That sounds a little. No, I'm joking.
If you don't have a face for radio, it means you have a face for acting. It's got the beard, you know, that scruff.
Jack, can you explain your 5-bar rule? Someone who's asking.
So I look at the market, and you can look at the market too. Just look when we go any direction for 5 bars straight. We very rarely continue without at least a consolidation. We'll pause. Doesn't mean we're going to dump, but we'll, and just go back and look at any day this week. And if you see a rally or a sell off, count 5 bars. And then after on the 5-minute chart, and then after 25 minutes, like we just stall. It's just a rule I have. And especially because we hit my 25,408 target in the NQ. It doesn't mean we're going to reverse and take out new lows, of course, but a lot of times we'll just stall for maybe another 5 bars or so. And same thing, like if we're selling off 5 bars in a row and we come into a support versus like the second bar, I trust a little less. That's just something that I came up with. I don't know.
Yeah,
it works.
don't say that. Don't say that, because then the chat will say, sellers, what are you talking about? Consolidation? What are you talking about? Market only goes up.
So that's what it feels like today.
We had that happen yesterday, and I just had it happen to me now. Guys, it's very normal and okay for there to be consolidation or a slight pullback in an uptrend. It's okay. It's not the end of the world.
It's supposed to happen. It's very healthy.
Yeah.
It's healthy.
I mean, especially after
it makes that move stronger. When you
Yeah.
see a move go straight in one direction, it's not a strong move. It's an emotional move.
And as Pax always says, what happens on the upside will happen on the downside. So if you're very, very happy about a strong move like today to the upside, then you better be happy when it comes for downside as well. You want to see these retests and pullbacks. It's normal. It also gives you an entry if you miss the move.
Like us, sitting here twiddling our thumbs.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to buy at high day and then chase.
But I mean, here, this might be a textbook example of a 5-bar move.
Nick should be wearing his cowboy hat. I need to just like mount it like to my right just so I can grab it, especially if I'm going to start trading oil.
Oil and silver. I mean, silver, you're going to be a silver cowboy too.
I am about to become a big silver guy. I think I have XY on board. So if Leo also decides to jump on the silver bandwagon in January, just immediately everybody just go back to NQ because gold's going to stop moving. Silver's going to stop moving.
There's 3 different silver contracts.
Yeah, which contract are you going to trade?
Oh, I have no idea. You guys act like I know this stuff.
SIL.
You guys act like I trade silver now. Like, come on. I have never even looked at it outside of last week when I decided to start trying to build a chart.
This is a 5-ounce quarter of 2020 of silver. I just decided to put it on my desk after we were talking about it. That's 5 ounces from 2020 with the bat on it.
Which silver contract has the most volume? Someone just tell me that. That's the
probably the SI. Actually, I don't know because the SI is the biggest, so notional volume would be SI, but total volume might be
SIO.
The other ones. I mean, even that 5-bar rule here in the GC, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're just consolidating. I would love a pullback though. A retest of that 10 o'clock high would be great for me. Not Nick might sweat it, but oil has gone dead in the water, which makes me think I will maybe get my 5606s that I'm patiently waiting for.
I did enter short. I have stops at the highs. Targeting
the 5-bar rule. I only apply to a 5-minute chart. I don't apply it to. Sometimes I'll look at like a daily, but like realistically, it's just something I use on the 5-minute. And go back and look at charts. You'll see it at work. Like if we consolidate for 25 minutes. I look for reactions for the first 25 minutes of my trade to determine how long I'm going to hold them. Like that reaction in gold in the first 25 minutes, it was an ATR reversal. So I'm like, okay, well, I could probably hold this for a new high of the day. Had we not done that, I would have looked for a lower target. Same thing. I mean, in this move here in the indexes, as soon as we bid that low, it was 25 minutes straight up, and then the gas is gone. I don't know why. ICT taught me.
Good morning, XY.
What'd you say?
XY, by the way, I did just tweet my runner here, so everybody look out below.
Screenshot curse.
I just tweeted it. I want to see if this is real. Everybody be prepared. Might be a rogue tweet out of nowhere. Last time I tweeted a position that I was in on stream, we decided to get a like 80-point liquidation candle on NQ. So everybody pray for me.
I got to find this tweet. It's going to be great.
The whole team is here. I think let's see here.
Cheech, yeah, I did. Feeling confident now, though, that Nick posted his trade. We basically have ES and Q just holding on to their previous week low. Lose that, I think we drop a little bit.
Bitcoin with a power move after Volatile day yesterday. Bitcoin was like up, I think like 3 or 4 grand, and then down 6 yesterday. Quite the ride. If we can hold above, I'd love to see a touch of 25,336 and then a hold there in the NQ. That would be the most bullish scenario for me. My X account is my name, which is Jack Gleason.
Ooh. Where are you short from, Salma?
68 on ES.
Okay. I don't have any ES charts up right now. Looking at these.
Yeah, I mean,
silver.
the bid's high. The bid's got to be high, King. I need some guy with whose dad owns an oil field in Saudi Arabia to talk to me.
Leo, you thinking about shorting?
No.
100.
No.
Yeah, there's divergence here between ES and Q.
Yeah, thought about it, but five five would be my number I'd jump at.
Jack, do you spend more time on Instagram? Is that what I'm
gathering? Yeah, I just like honestly just kind of got into the whole Twitter trading thing. I just normally use it for a bunch of other nonsense that Twitter's used for. Like half my feed is just like random articles that I retweet because I want to read them or like go back to them. And then I just started tweeting out some more stuff related to trading. Keep it nice and on niche.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also just have, because I have the trader Instagram handle, a bunch of random people that follow me and just ask me for money constantly, which gets annoying. But please, sir, I blew my accounts. I need $100 to this crypto wallet.
Salma, where are you short from?
68.
Oh, ES?
ES, yeah.
Got it.
Sorry, guys, I don't trade NQ.
Stay in the safe zone.
She's too wild for me.
500 lots stacked now on ES.
I see that at 67.
67, 69 and 3/4, and 72s. Like 600 on each.
So like when you see something like that, because I'm still learning, okay? Don't come at me if it's a dumb question. But when you see something like that, would you expect price to retrace so they fill? Or do you expect them to basically like, that would tell you like, oh, there's a lot of, potential selling pressure, your short can work out? Like how would you read this? Like what would you determine from that?
I mean, I don't read too much into it. I think sometimes we go fill those large orders or we make attempts to kind of drift up towards them. But a lot of the time, unless they're kind of moving closer to price, I don't pay too much attention to them because there's times we fill that stuff and just run right through it.
Yeah.
We're at the call wall on the SPY here. The SPY call wall is 680. We're at 679.74 right now. We're trading in SPY.
Mark, I think you just have to put shift 2 and then you would just type the person's username.
They're going to liquidate us, aren't they? And I'm not going to get 480s.
I think we could do a whole lot of nothing now, actually.
Mm-hmm.
They're holding the top of this little 360 node. I think.
Yeah, if the V range doesn't hold, I'd like a refund.
If we can hold that overnight, or basically the open high down at 930, which is, I would not be surprised to see just about that area retest 25,330. I mean, the thing is, you don't have. I mean, there's not a ton of selling here yet, at least, and we clearly have paused. But
Yeah, I don't like that it's taking too long and we're still clinging on to that previous week low level.
I'm gonna limit 36s. Kind of like this lack of
Order submitted.
speed.
I'm gonna try along here at 366. Just looking for this low volume node to hold edge for continuation for new highs. Getting spicy right here too. Jeez. Yeah, 1 second.
Why am I waiting for a liquidation to get out? I mean, I'm not. I have some aspect of confidence that we're going to continue higher, especially if we continue to hold this kind of 360 spot. But if we rotate back into the opening range, then yeah, I'm probably looking to just exit this. We'll see if there's any reaction at a initial balance high. We also have the anchored VWAP from that low that I got long off of coming up too. So there are some spots that I could see buyers coming back in.
Oil coming to the bottom of this wedge. It's been inside of it. I still got my order at 56.06s, and we're trading 56.22. That limit is going to stay there until it's filled.
Sizing down here, just not getting continuation vibes just yet here.
Why so quiet? We're focused.
Focused.
I also just really want to see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an important spot, right? We've rallied up, and we're
Yeah.
building volume. We have a low volume node here that's kind of, trying to separate us from the rest of the range. So it's a decision point. So if we break these 60s, we could easily fall back into the range, back into the 300s.
I mean, it's really been days since we've had pullbacks getting bought into new highs. So this being the first day where that price action has flipped just tells me, like, a lot of people may be still short. I mean, we are below the prior day's low still, and this is a lot of indicating to me that a lot of traders on the higher time frame are probably still trapped short this really shallow pullback after running into that level. So I'm still on the guys' thesis that we're going higher. I just haven't got where I want to be. I got a limit at 25,339 right now. It's gonna get a little bit lower. Gold new high here on the day. Targets are about 10 points higher from where we currently are for me.
Yeah, I'm also still seeing divergence here between ES and NQ. NQ is trying to push lower. ES is holding on to that previous week low and trying to push higher. So the two aren't on the same page right now. Leo, it looks like I should have shorted NQ and you should have longed ES.
Right.
little flip-flop action. Nick, where's your stop at?
Don't worry about my stop.
You know,
I
it's,
didn't even finish my question.
It's below the R mid. I just
Oh
lost
my
track.
God.
I just saw it's 10 o'clock, but
I mean, I actually I hope we don't get that low for you. Like, I don't want it to go that low.
Yeah, I don't think it will, but that's kind of like, you know, Armageddon stop at this point, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I would imagine there's some resistance at the OR high, the initial balance high right there, that little LVN. I mean, plenty of things to provide some level of support for me. And I do like what I'm seeing
we're
here.
seeing now.
Oh, I don't.
No.
Hey, don't laugh. Don't get too excited just yet.
Funny group of people. A lot of banter, a lot of banter.
That
Don't
does
give up
need to be
now.
clipped.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to clip. Don't worry about my stop.
There was a good silence between both, you know, when you started and ended that little comment. So they're definitely going to clip that. They're going to clip that, man.
They're gonna clip that, man.
No, as I've said many times on this show, nobody works harder than the production team behind the scenes to immortalize us forever since we signed our life away and rights away to just exist.
They're so quick with it too.
Oh yeah.
What?
So they're so quick with it.
With what? I missed what Nick was saying.
Oh, of just catching you off guard and playing back something that you have no recollection of ever saying.
Oh, yeah.
Nick, here it goes.
Send it.
Damn. Let's go.
Okay, 5 bars up, 5 bars sideways. Let's go.
Hey, Nick, the V range. Nick, the V range, Nick.
Yeah, no refund.
Why is
is
it not
needed.
on your chart, Nick?
Because I keep forgetting to add the new zip. I need to do
literally
it.
going to send you a Zoom, and you're going to join the Zoom, and we're going to fix your stuff.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. It's not like I don't know where the V range is.
Okay, I stopped out of my shorts.
I'm sorry, Salma.
No, don't be. It's okay.
You had to sacrifice for us.
It was a valid try. And if I see another opportunity, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, it was. I thought it was a great short.
Someone said pour one out for Salma.
No TP on gold yet. I'm looking for 43.86 is still holding.
Is the Santa rally in the room with us?
Yeah, you don't short the Santa rally. Did it start?
No, I don't think it actually starts until like Tuesday next week.
We want that Santa Claus rally. Where you at?
Nick. What if this is the low for the Santa Claus rally?
Well, XY, is this generational? Can we say with confidence that the 180s is the new 140s? And I can hand down this runner to my daughter?
XY says yes.
Hand out this runner to my daughter. Put it in the will.
We'll never see those prices again.
Triple down, Nick.
No, I'm good.
You sure about that?
Here it is.
You know how many times I would in my earlier life as a trader, I would probably be shorting this right now?
You're growing.
I feel that as a also person that would do those things. Buyers are done.
Be like, oh yeah, that
Yes,
whole
that's
little.
what we hold up. That's what we needed someone to say, because yesterday Someone said sellers are done. The shorts are over. That's what they said. The shorts are over.
Yesterday they said that?
And we liquidated
Yep.
literally 10 minutes after that comment.
Oof.
I wish I screenshot that comment and put it on the chart and been like, this is where they said it. Oh my God. He's not here today though. I already checked.
Salma's looking for him. She's like, where's this mofo? Where's
Leo,
that guy?
Oh my God.
He's gone.
Where's that mofo? He's not here. He's not
on
here.
Reddit posting about it.
It's like, guys, should
What
have
is the
inversed
V
me.
range? The V range is
Order submitted.
it's a calculation derived from the volatility markets. So for NQ, it would be based on VXN. It would be similar to how you might think of an expected move, but it's kind of you taking that concept and changing up the levels a little bit that someone might use. So it's just based on volatility. Implied volatility? No. It's just a calculation based on the volatility. Jack just ordered CL.
No, I'm not. I got 56. The order I placed an order. I have limits in CL at 56.06, but we're not getting there. But we are pumping up maybe to my gold target here shortly. And this is just it's the previous all-time high, previous high of this range, which makes me think if we bust it, we're actually going even higher. So I'm very tempted to drag it up, considering the speed of this move continues to increase with every new swing low. So I'm actually going to go up to 44.03s here and then just move my stop below the most recent swing low here in gold, because it looks better and better with time, especially with this last move. So we're going to be approaching at 43.87, which was my previous target, the highs of last Friday. But if we bust through that, I think we got another 20 points we could run before today's over. And that's at 44.03. So I'm going to move my target up to 44.03 and just move my stop up with it on this last leg up that began at 43.67s.
The Russell is looking interesting here.
There's a new high of the week in gold. Yeah, the Russell was the strongest market prior to this sell-off. So I think tomorrow, I'm really going to be looking at that. But I think Nasdaq's outperformed the Russell here today, I believe.
If NQ can make a violent push up here to the week open, I will exit the stream and probably this trade.
And there's a big fat move through that high of the week in gold. The last hour is an 8-yard expansion on the hourly chart, 24-point range here in the last hourly candle, but still has room to run. So I'm glad I moved that target up. We are already almost 10 points past where I used to have it. But that's the difference of just, having a target. But when the market's moving hot, and like I said, I like to set timers. Once we began that leg, it was a 5-bar move sideways. This is bar 3 of the breakout. There was no reason for me to have my target as low as it was. That's where my target was earlier. But taking the market information that's in real time, like
you seeing somebody just lifted 500 lots at 410.
Yep.
What just happened to gold?
Are we going to
everybody jumped in and followed me.
Hold up. 557 lots hit the tape at 410.
I know.
That is freaking wild.
I'm wondering if it's some rollover stuff though, Leo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but it's mostly done though.
You don't know what I mean. Yeah,
right.
Probably.
Gold, let's go.
But I don't love that we may start running from that dude.
Gold's going to 44.50 so quick though. This breakout is not over, but for the day I will take this 03. This thing is speeding up. That is a big fat bar here.
It's not a spoof if the order fills.
Yeah.
Was it a sell order?
Well, I mean, yeah, somebody lifted it. Yeah, somebody lifted 500 lots.
But it was, yes, I did. It was, but there was, I mean, I don't know how long that limit was sitting there.
It was not there. I mean, I would have
Right.
seen it.
I think once
When
we
it's
were like
canceled.
above 380s, I think it came in because I didn't notice it until we were almost there.
Yeah.
All right, cold.
But now I don't love that because
It's called an iceberg order. Okay.
that was not, I would not have called that an iceberg.
About to get out of my gold for 60 points. Let's go.
Maybe it was. I don't know.
That was a great trade, Jack.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
getting out of
probably
my-
one of my
I'm
bigger
getting
ones
out
in
of my
gold
long.
this week.
Are they going to shake me out of this?
I mean, I just don't love how the market is. We took 500 lots at the high and we're just instantly dumping.
Yep.
For me, like your trade, I would hold, but I'm in a long from just 30 points off of the high, and
Right.
we're starting to pull back from that spot. I want to get out of that trade.
If we drop now,
We came 3 ticks away from my exit. I hate that.
this is pain. What caused that spike on gold?
Broke
That's a
out of
crazy 5
highs
minute
of the
candle.
week. Broke out highs of the week, and if you look at the daily on gold, it's a daily bull flag, which in a hyper bull market, which gold and silver are, those daily bull flags are definitely things to watch because they get moves like that. We saw the same thing when silver broke out in the Asian session a few days ago. Daily bull flag, you break out through that high, it's just an immediate rip. You don't really get that in the indexes.
Feel bad for any bears trapped on that move. That was nasty.
I don't.
Jack, you're out already. You took your money.
No, I got 3 ticks away from my target. I had 43.
Target.
There we go. Oh, now we can talk. Smack.
Here you go. Good job.
Time frame on my chart is a 1,000 volume. Alex.
Yeah, but I'm going to continue to trade gold to the upside. I think this has got all-time highs in its sight in a short order and a lot of path of least resistance. The indexes are still so two-sided that no, wait, that is a new all-time high. What am I talking about? Not only did we break out of the daily range, we broke out of the year. So new all-time highs for gold. Look what happened when silver did that. I'm going to be looking for more entries tomorrow. That's for sure.
Chat, are you guys in anything here on ES or NQ? Chat's dead.
Chat is dead. Slow tape. Slow tape in the chat.
Yes, I'm still holding. And yes, I took 2 off. I think the first one was at like the 240s ish, and then the other one was near the OR mid. Yeah, this was a 3 lot when I got in.
Nick, you're big chillin'. You basically got the low.
Big chillin'.
Big
This is-
chillin'. Text trades, that's what I'm here for. I will say though, all three of you guys all look much younger than what I thought you guys were.
What did you think I was?
Not 40 with 3 kids.
Oh, okay.
You too, Nick. Nick looks like he's 27 at best.
Well, I'm
Take the
35.
compliment.
So thank you.
Wait, you're what?
I'm 35.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
you guys don't look
36.
like. You're how old, Jack?
36.
Yeah, you guys do not look
I
like.
am young.
You guys do not look like you're pushing 40s.
I'm 41.
No, I don't believe
Yep.
that.
You want to see my driver's license?
No, I believe you. Just.
It's all the
Yeah.
stress-free trading. That's why we look so young.
You
It's
guys look like
stressless
you're in your
job.
20s. No, my beard is going gray, so I'm definitely not in my 20s.
Leo, mid 30s. Nope.
Leo wishes he was still in his mid 30s.
Not for sure.
Oh, SFT. I'm not hating on the 40s at all. I'm just
Can't ask a
saying.
lady her age. Well, we're the
Dude,
guys.
38. Yeah, you should be banned from the stream forever. You should just be banned forever. But I'm not hating on 40s. I'm just saying they look much younger.
Take delivery of the gold position. I'm out, unfortunately, so I can't. But I did read. I read that 60% of the COMEX vault was taken for delivery in silver, which is part of the reason of this move. I didn't double check that article, but that's incredible.
We do have a kind of a problem. It's a pretty big problem.
What?
There's 4 of us on the stream. There's 1,000 people watching, and there's 387 of you that have actually hit the like button.
Don't make Leo go full streamer boy.
Yeah, what's going on here?
There's a big problem, chat.
That's a huge problem.
Nick has a banger trade. I had 2, a nice short, a little bit of a 30-point long.
I had a 60-point trade.
You know, Salma just hasn't found her banger trade yet today, but she will. Maybe.
I missed that long, or else I'd be
And
with
is that
Nick.
all it's worth 387 likes? We'll like the video if you meow. Listen, they can just play the meow.
We just got 100.
Don't
We
we
just
have
got
a-
100 likes.
When are we premiering the best of 2025 NT Live video?
Oh, when is that going to happen?
I think that's happening
Is it next, or is it tomorrow?
now.
The
There you go.
29th. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Next week's Christmas, not the end of the year. We have the whole week after.
Can we get an email reminder? I want to tune in for that. I don't know if I'm on.
Oh, don't worry. We're gonna show it on the 29th, but we'll re-show it because you, me, Joey, and XY, I think, are closing out the year for the afternoon stream on the 31st.
Oh, are we?
Yes.
Yeah, we are. Let's go. That should be fun.
Are we going to have a watch party for that?
Yeah, are you hosting?
Might as well.
I think it's in theaters only.
What are we cooking?
I just got a fat brisket mailed to me from a friend.
That's a good friend.
Yep.
I am gonna be making the ham that you guys sent me, Leo, when we started doing the stream.
Oh, really?
On Christmas Eve or I think Christmas
Nice.
Eve or Christmas Day. I'm gonna do it one of the two.
Nice.
Guys, I'm trying a short again.
I like it.
Itching.
Yeah. I'm just gonna stick to my guns.
Stick to your gun, Salma.
I'm trying. If it doesn't work out, I tried.
American Wagyu, Snake River Farms, can't be beat.
Would I want a Wagyu brisket? I don't know if I would.
Have you never had a? Have you never? You've never cooked a Snake River?
Oh, we traded my
No,
nuggets.
not. I have not had one of their briskets. I know we gave it
What?
away, but I have not ordered one and done it. I mean, my cow is probably my brisket that I have in my deep freezer right now is probably a better cut than theirs.
Yeah, I know what I'm sending you.
Hey, I'm not going to say no to a brisket.
Yeah.
But I think I'm doing a ham one day, and then I'm making pasta meatballs. And I think I'm going to make fresh ravioli, to be honest.
Hey, talk dirty to me.
Mm. Oh, hey, Chris. You can
Chris heard-
summon people.
Chris heard his voice.
You can just summon people they know. If you say
That gas came into that 403 level I mentioned.
If you say Gaussian distribution, Job's going to show up in the chat.
Order
Yeah,
submitted.
Job will show up.
Order filled.
Nick, if you're here in Texas, try Dane's Barbecue in Alito. I have a good buddy of mine that actually moved out to Alito. So next time I'm out there, which will probably be for his kid's birthday party, it's like an hour and a half for me almost. So it's pretty rare that I make it that far west of Fort Worth.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I might not get filled in CL to the CL pit close or the CL close. It's just, we're doing nothing. But that makes me confident if we get down there. We definitely could trade higher without it happening, though. And that's looking like the longer we stay here, the longer that I think that's going to happen. But I did just take a long in Nat Gas. I mentioned earlier that it was going to be a similar trade to gold. 403 is the midpoint for the low of the week in Nat Gas. And we just swept through those overnight lows. So, like, same thing, gold drove higher this morning, swept through those overnight lows into the mid of the week. That's literally the exact same structure setup. Now, of course, Nat Gas has been a little more bearish than gold has been. But I just, that 403 level I mentioned earlier.
Matt, yes.
Hey, Chad needs to do this poll. How often do you tune into NT Live? Daily, you're a platinum VIP. 3 times a week, gold status. Once a week, meh. Once in a while, guest. Come on. You guys
We're
are
just going to
loyal.
stall up here, aren't we? The mythical 420s are going to prove too much for us.
Daily. Well, sir, my name is Platinum. It's literally your username, Josh. Username checks out.
I just want to tune in enough to get an OFL hat from Leo.
I sent you one.
No, not me. Somebody.
Oh.
Driver Trades is asking for a hat.
Oh, man. They're just.
Speaking of hats, where did we get the PTT hats?
No.
PPT, Plunge Protection Team?
Plunge Protection Team.
Yes.
Nice.
No, we did not get the PTT hats.
Syndexes look like they're gonna. I still want to see the mid of the day trade. And right now that's a 25,285 area. If we get that later, I would be 86 is the exact level.
The amount of value on this stream provides, the amount of value this stream provides is unmatched. Can't believe it's free. If that's not an endorsement,
yep,
I don't know what is.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Your insider jokes are so subtle.
Perfect timing would be me to get liquidated here into the euro close and then allow me to leave.
Order filled.
I'm getting short.
Let's go.
Salma.
Yeah, another break
Let's
below
go.
last week's low here into the IB high. I could see us heading back into range.
Yeah, I'm just looking for, I shorted the yes, we're looking for like 10 points.
Leo, what kind of merch you have for OFL?
I don't have merch. We don't. At one
Mhm.
time, I've got some hats, and you know what? You know what I
Where's my
hate
hat?
doing? Do you know what I hate doing? I hate, it's just like they cost so much money. One, they're expensive. Like the hats are expensive, and then you have to ship them, right? So you got to buy a box. You got to, have to have a thing to weigh them. You have to print labels. It's just I don't have time for all that.
All
It's a
right.
nice hat. Yeah, I
I
mean,
didn't want one anyway. It's cool.
Leo needs a logistics.
I am
guy.
not gonna lie. I thought it was a Valvoline hat.
I mean, I'm cool with that.
Now I see it a little more detail.
Jack is saying do better with your designs.
No, it's not. I mean, it's literally looks. I mean, unless I'm mistaken, it's the same color scheme.
Probably.
And my stop was taken, so I am happily able to shut down for the day and not look at charts after I get
Damn,
off.
it feels good to be a gangster.
See, every time NT gets us going, they get us, and then boom, 2 seconds, it's over.
Don't blame NT. Just got to blame the copyright lawyers out there. Nick, are you Italian? If so, what part of Italy is the family from? I have a Sicilian ancestry. Gosh, I can't speak today.
What words, Nick?
All right, guys, Euro session close. That means
time for
Nick,
you guys to get that.
Yeah,
out.
I have sat in this chair for 2.5 hours. I need to go to the bathroom.
That's brutal.
I also do. So thank you, everybody. Thanks, chat. Leo,
Ciao.
Salma, have
Hey,
fun.
trade, Nick.
Hey,
Take care,
thanks
guys.
Thanks for hanging out a little extra today.
Of course.
Later, guys.
See
Merry
you, Jack.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
I'm not
oh,
saying
they
it
left.
to Nick because I'm talking to Nick later.
They left before I could say it.
Yeah, show them the door. See ya.
Right this way.
Okay, Salma.
Hi.
Let's talk about this short.
Are you also short?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not short. No.
Yeah, so my other short, even the one I was in before, right? I prematurely exited. My stop was a little bit higher than the high. Even this candle here wouldn't have taken me out.
Yeah.
But then you got long, and then the chat was saying they were long. So I'm like, haha, I should just get out. And yeah, I decided I'm just gonna stick to my guns and see what we get. But basically,
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
So I see you have 618. So obviously that's a classic fib number.
Yeah.
Where are you drawing that from? Like you're gonna anchor it. You have some reference point you're anchoring from. What is that reference?
That's on the week. So if you just go
week.
from
Okay.
the high to the low of the week so far, you would get these same exact levels. And then the other reason why I wanted to short, and I know if Pax was here, he'd say don't pick tops or bottoms. But again, I missed the long, right? I didn't get filled initially in the morning. But I saw we swept previous week low. I also saw NQ swept previous week low here. We started to stall out a bit. And then obviously we came to my 0.618 level. I wanted to see what would happen. Again, I entered, right? I thought that this candle here would serve as a nice reversal for us. It didn't. We ended up just stalling a little bit here. But now, if you go on the 30-minute, and I've talked about this every single stream so far, this is the kind of candle that I would look for.
How many times have you talked about it? Just want to make sure the chat heard you.
Every single time that I'm on stream,
Okay.
I talk about this setup.
Okay.
And it works, guys, for reversals for uptrends and downtrends. Don't think it's just for shorts. But when you see a candle with such a high wick, right? We were here originally, and then sellers stepped in, pushed us back down. This is telling me that sellers are in control on this 30-minute candle. Now, obviously, we just had Euro close, so we are seeing a little bit of a push. But as long as we don't make new highs, I'm going to stick to my short here. I have multiple confluences. And then I would be targeting my 0.5, the midpoint on the week, a little bit higher than that, just because sometimes market likes to come.
You have to front run your own levels.
Yeah, sometimes market likes to come really, really close and then say psych and go the other way. So I've learned my lesson from that, being a little bit more conservative, not kind of the market that you would like really try to get every single point out of, right? You take what you can get. And then I would like to then look for another long setup, because I do think that this would just be a retest for another leg higher. But we'll see how you know, price reacts once we do start to drop, if we do drop.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for here.
Gotcha.
And another thing, real quick, I've talked about the 9 EMA a lot, especially on trend days. So today I would consider to be a trend day since the 10:20-ish AM candle. We've been above it this entire time. 11:25 5-minute candle, we closed below. So that's another added confluence to my short.
Mhm.
But yeah, we'll see.
Nice.
The way this would get invalidated is if this is like a falling wedge, something like this. And then market can just go higher.
Yeah. Right.
And that's why
Kind
I
of
have
like
my
a bull
stop
flag.
here. Yeah, like bull flag, falling wedge, both are bullish patterns. For me, like when I think about like a bull flag, I'm thinking something like more, if you're looking at my left side, something like it would be more straight,
Mm-hmm.
like consolidation in like almost like a rectangle.
Mm.
And then like a falling wedge is something that's more of a, I don't even know what you would call that. Like it looks a little bit more steeper.
Like a
But
downward
yeah,
triangle.
they're basically the same thing. They're all
Yeah.
patterns that lead to the same result. So, but yeah, we'll wait and see. You're not in anything, right?
No, you know, I took that long at the 360 area, and then when that order hit the tape, right at 408, 409,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I was just like, all right, well, like I'm pretty close to, you know, my entry was off of the like 30 points off of the high, and I was only in a one lot, so I just cut the trade. Thankfully, I did, because I would really wanted to, you know, have that thing come all the way back and retest my entry. Oddly, being flat when this came here, I was considering buying it, right in these 50s, but I didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean,
The way I look at this is we had, and not saying that your short is wrong, I'm just, you know, giving you kind of different perspective, I guess, is, you know, we had an open drive to the downside, that was retested, and, you know, we found buyers here that defended that initial low, and we rallied right through the entire range. And so the way I'm looking at this is like the morning open, the auction this morning, very bearish.
I'm
And
about to
then
get stopped out here.
all of a
Is
sudden
this
went, yeah.
unfortunate? They're pushing it. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go
No,
ahead.
no, you're good. Yes, I was just, the only reason that I'm really looking for continuation longs is because of this test here, and what happened there was essentially, you know, they went and threatened those lows, and buyers just kind of showed up and took it, you know, like for where Nick got long. And so I just want to lean on the longs against that volume that was built from this little range here.
Yeah, no,
I'd still like your short. Like I'm not, you know, I don't
I
want
got
to
stopped
ever
out.
be, I don't ever want to be results oriented, right? But I think the short's valid. I think the longs are also valid, you know, based on you have logical reasons and you know, multiple reasons for, you know, from a confluence perspective to take that short. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean it was the wrong trade, you know, just because it didn't work.
No, 100%. Mr. Butters, I just explained my entire thesis on why I went short. Nick's stop was the buy. I didn't even know he got stopped out. Did he get stopped out? Did he say that before he left?
Yeah, he did get stopped
Okay.
out at this local low here.
Okay, yeah, I had just come back and I was not really paying too much attention, but damn, chat, why didn't anybody say anything? Is Salma on Instagram? Now I don't have a trading page for Instagram. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that falling wedge played out. Again, guys, even if I didn't take that short, I still wouldn't have gone long either up here. Just would not have felt comfortable. We're too close to the highs. If it's gonna go without me, then I just let it go without me. I would have liked at least 20 points from here, 20-point drop or so. People get so mad when any of us go short. It's not that serious, guys.
What time frame am I on? It's a 1,000 volume chart. What happened at 500 volume? Nothing. I just haven't fully configured my NinjaTrader setup on this new PC.
Is that all set up? Did you set up everything with that?
Yeah, man. I mean, I built this PC
Nice.
with my bare hands.
With your bare hands. Bro,
I was
I'm surprised you didn't have
I
your
was all
quant do
about
it.
it. I know. Here's the thing: is I was all about it, right? I ordered all the parts, and I'm starting to take things things out of the package, like lay out the motherboard, whatever. And little did I realize that I don't want to build this PC. Like I should have just ordered one. And I know people love buying their own or buying their own gear and building their own PCs. I hated it. These wires are, there's no instructions. You kind of look like a splav. I don't even know what that is. Do you know what that is?
No, but I'm about to look it up, but I'm kind of scared.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared too.
It's not a word.
Okay. Word. Except when you're spending. Okay, so that stick of RAM, the 2 sticks of RAM that I posted were not mine. I have 64 gigs. YouTube has instructions. No, definitely. I built it. It worked. It worked out. If for me, I'd rather just buy a PC.
I hear
Splav is
you.
a type of PC. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, see, I looked it up and I said define.
might not like splavs.
I said define splav, and so I thought it was like a word. I didn't realize it was a PC.
They're volume candles, volume based bars. Why do we call it a motherboard and not a fatherboard? Great question. I don't know.
Production.
Are you Matt? Are you gonna tell me the answer, or is this just a open-ended question? There are daughter boards too.
Are there?
Yeah, there are things called daughter boards. I know that.
How long did it take you to build it?
Just a day. Well, it took a day, like I don't know, a couple hours, and then I had to wait. I didn't have all the parts, so I probably like all in. It probably took like 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, nice, not bad.
No, it was a legit question. I don't know. I didn't.
still have
Okay,
yet.
that 128 gig stick, those 128 gig sticks of RAM, they weren't mine. I stole it from that image. Somebody sent me that. Somebody sent me that picture. I did. Yeah, I got I got some LG 32s. So I decided to go with 2 32s And then I've got a 27 in portrait mode that I haven't connected yet, but that was from my existing setup. How far do we need to be from a level for you to be late or miss a trade? I do like to see the levels that I like to see the levels traded. So if they come down to a level and hit it to the tick and then just immediately, bounce or reverse, I probably will not take, I'll probably miss those trades like 80% of the time. A very rare amount of time will I just take it right away because I really want to see consolidation, a reaction, some type of pause when we hit a level of interest. That doesn't mean I won't try to just go for it and then scale it, and scale into it as it starts to work. But that's often not the case, especially lately.
But yo, do you notice how every time you start talking about your PC, chat gets super active?
I know the chat
They
knows
love talking about this.
their PC stuff.
Yeah, they do.
I didn't realize that until I started talking about it.
Yeah, we're all nerds. Nothing
But
wrong with
is that
that.
why I look brighter? No, I think we just updated the camera settings a little bit. A bunch of dorks. They all building as a hobby. Chat is the time and sales for the conversation.
Guys, if this drops here, oh man. I'm not gonna try it again.
You guys are crazy. 1,000 volume. I normally use between 7 to 500 volume, not range. I just haven't finished setting up this specific chart. How many monitors can your graphics card do? I don't know. 5080. It's a NVIDIA 5080. I think 4 at minimum.
Does anybody in the chat have what's it called? The Mac Mini?
Is that what you have?
No, I don't have. I just have everything hooked up to my.
I think Kane has a Mac Mini.
I was looking at it for like Black Friday because I was gonna buy more monitors.
Yeah.
I can't buy more monitors if everything's gonna be plugged into my Mac. It's not feasible. So I was thinking about getting that.
Oh,
And I was
Kane has a
like,
Mac Studio.
oh, he did talk about how he spent so much money on that. Dude, that thing's like $8,000.
Yeah.
The Mac Mini is like $500. Yeah, I do enjoy my Mac a lot. I can't lie. So I'm gonna
Seeing
take a look at NQ cleaner short setup.
I think I
Even if it
might.
looks good, I can't take it. I don't like NQ.
There's so many offers. Just like there was offers at 94 quarter. Both of them got filled. It looks like it was a reload. I'll take a stab at this.
Dude, this thing's gonna go. What are you taking a stab at?
I'm short right now. Got filled at 88.
Nice. Chat, if I do it and I get burned again by shorts, I just don't know. All right, fine. I'm still gonna target the same TP as before, 52.
I really want to see it start to run from here, because if we're just going to hold this consolidation after those large orders got filled, then I don't want to be short.
Yeah, I might bring my stop a little bit lower. Yeah, I would like to see this thing flush as well. Mercy, it does look like I'm always looking up, but it's just because my Mac is a little bit lower. So like you guys' angle of me it makes it look like I'm really looking up, but that's not the case. Everything for me is like eye level.
All right, I'm going to get out of this. Not going. I don't want it. I got one out for scratch and one out for -8.
No, come on, Leo, don't give up now.
You can carry the torch.
All right, deal.
It might still go. I'm not seeing what I want to see in the moment. So for me, it's just.
Oh, I
better
see what
for me to get
NQ's
out.
doing. I just don't get their NQES are on 2 different pages right now.
What's ES doing?
ES is trying to drop.
Oh,
ES is down
snap.
10 points from the highs.
Oh, wow.
I think if ES can give up previous week low, then we will get that flush on NQ as well. Let's see though. So if we go on that 30-minute time frame on ES, that setup I was talking about before, this is still very valid with the way this current 30-minute is looking, right? Obviously gets invalidated if we make new highs, but taking this setup here, you ideally do not want to see that third candle take out the second candle's high, right? You want this high to be a protected swing high where you can put your stop loss at and see that drop happening. Same for if you're trying to long at a downtrend, you don't want to see that low get taken out. But so far, setup is still valid. Yeah, I don't know what's holding us up here.
Probably like tech. There's probably Dow weakness and tech strength.
To just look at the
clearly.
way the 30-minute looks on NQ and then the 30-minute on ES. They're like just doing 2 completely different things. One of them will drag the other.
Fractal, I'd imagine being in a pod with you would be hilarious. I might pay you to do it.
We're doing podcasts?
Pod, like a group, like a trade group.
Oh.
Conference calls, the whole bit. Hey,
Hello.
Jim.
What's up, Jim?
What's going on, Jim? Jim, hey, I got a question.
Yeah.
Do we have enough likes today?
Good question. Let's go ahead and hit my refresh button here.
I see 516.
Not enough.
because we have a lot of time left in the day. We could hang out.
Jim, who is we?
Little do you know, I can leave this just as fast as I came in.
All right, I mean, we're over 500, I guess. We're not up to 700, but you know, it's holidays. Selma, let's talk about your trade.
Hi.
So I heard everything going into it. My question is, what's your exit strategy? Oh, I see the limit. I didn't see the limit order all the way down there. It's 52.
Yeah, I spoke about it briefly. I have my fibs drawn from the weekly. So like
Okay.
our weekly high to our weekly low. The reason why I shorted to begin with is just that the fact that we swept the previous week low and then we swept the 0.618 and then we started to consolidate. And so I originally tried this short. This is my third attempt here. I got stopped out twice already. Took it again because the 30-minute, the setup here, this is one of my favorite setups where you have a 30-minute candle that breaks the high and then sellers smack it back down, or vice versa for the opposite side. So if this was at the bottom of a downtrend and you have, oh my God, I just lost my train of thought. But to me, this is the valid setup where I would take a reversal trade off of. And so that's what I'm trying to attempt here. Depending on what happens in the next 5 minutes and how this 30-minute candle closes will determine whether or not we get that drop or we end up making new highs. But I am targeting the midpoint of the week at 52, a little bit higher, a tick higher than the actual midpoint. And then if opportunity presents itself, I'd like to long because I did initially miss the long.
I got a quick question though. I mean, with this kind of setup, do you care what time of the day it is?
No, not necessarily. Like, I know a lot of people pay attention to like the day of the week or
Yeah.
the time of day. Not really. The only time I do get a little bit wary is if it's super early in the morning. Like 9:30 to 10 is like where I would be very wary of, and then end of the day. And this setup can be valid on like the 15-minute or the 5. It's all preference. I do prefer the 30-minute just because it like, you know, a little bit more confirmation on higher time frames. But I've seen it work on lower time frames as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the 30-minute. I look at the 30. We're going to see some 30-minute candles in a minute, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. It's honestly like my favorite. It's my favorite time frame. It's just kind of a shame because when we're on stream for like an hour most days. The 30-minute is, you know, you can't really use the 30-minute as often.
Yeah.
But
Well, you are coming back this afternoon. Is that correct?
correct. Yes, sir.
You're going to be with XYZ. Leo, I don't know that you're not around tomorrow, correct, Leo?
No, sir.
Oh, so I'm going to wish you
Merry Christmas, sir.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. And I do want to remind everybody watching, next week we are what's referred to in the industry as dark. I guess that means we're not streaming. So we're going to take the whole week off. And then after that, the Monday after the 29th, we will be streaming all week long except for New Year's Day. And that Monday, remember, there's that special greatest hits video. Can't promise there's going to be a cat's meow in there or not, but greatest hits video we're going to play Monday morning on the 29th of December. So you don't want to miss that.
I will be there.
Yeah, I will also be in the chat somewhere.
Awesome. Fantastic. Well, so I'll talk to you a little bit later on. Selma, Leo, again, happy holidays, man. You've been great all year. Looking forward to moving forward with you next year as well.
Thanks. Likewise. And same to the chat. Merry Christmas to you guys in the chat. Thank you for being part of the NinjaTrader Live stream and being kind to me most of the time.
There you go. All right, you guys, I will talk to you soon. We're going to do it. We're going to
Merry Christmas, Leo.
Yeah, you too, Salma. Merry Christmas.
Bye, chat. See you guys later. Ciao.
Man, oh man. By the way, now that I'm mentioning things like this, appreciate the subscriptions, everybody, to the channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, it is free. You just click on that channel subscription button. It helps the network out. This is, you know, you just witnessed today what great talent we've had all morning long. So we're lucky to have these folks participating with us. So thank you for hitting the subscribe button if you have. If you haven't already, consider doing it. We would greatly appreciate that. Let's kind of just take a couple of key markets here. I want to look at the 30-year Treasury bond really quickly here. And we did catch a bit off the data this morning. And this is just a daily candle chart that I'm showing right now. We are in my zone, right? My line in the sand. Remember that? See that red line? Remember this low target wick way back here on the 25th of September? I extended that across, and that was my line in the sand from a breakout to the downside, which we achieved. Now we're back up to that level exactly. We're at 115.24, 30 seconds. We're in my yellow zone, right? This is my area of resistance. We did wick up to that 21 EMA, which was encouraging. Apparently, this market likes some of the news that we had dumped on us early this morning. So Treasuries, again, a little bit of a bid here. We're not out of the woods yet. We're not up to the next consolidation level. We're still in this lower consolidation level, but we'll see where we go here throughout the day. I thought that was kind of an interesting bump up. Gold is the other market I kind of want to talk about right now. I mean, we literally have a double top brewing on a daily candle in gold. And these previous highs way back here, not way back here, it was October 16th, 17th, 18th. We had some sellers wicks, pushes back down, pushes back down, pushes back down. We really couldn't sustain that 4,400 level. Well, now we have that double top. We've kind of broken it so far. We could take a look at this, magnify this a little bit. We've kind of broken it right now. Now, the day's not over. We're not closed yet. But we are right at those highs, and those highs were at 43.98 even. Wick passed it as well. Didn't quite close above it yet, but the day's still young. And let's just take a peek at the intraday chart because it really is charting nicely here. We have that call resistance and the 0 DTE call resistance at 4,400. That's kind of a big deal. And that's kind of where we're trying to maintain price above. Right now, we're below it. We do have a JAX 3 level above that at 410, at R2 level. But really, what I'd like to see is a continuation move to the upside to get to that one-day max. That's at MenthorQ level at 44.27 half. Right now, it's not looking like much of a retracement's in play. VWAP is pretty far away here, volume weighted average price. And that 9 EMA is just really arcing up nicely as well. So benchmark candle that we saw right here, 11 to 11:30, that was a big deal. Really, from a retracement point of view, just kind of focus on the midpoint of that candle. That's going to be important. As long as price stays above it, I'm going to feel bullish. Price closes below it, maybe we get a bigger retracement down to the downside. And then lastly, really quickly here, we're just going to pivot over to the Bitcoin and see what the Bitcoin is doing. A little bit of a xylophone pattern so far, last 4 days, a couple of reds, a couple of greens, kind of right there, small consolidation happening in the Bitcoin, no move up, no move down. That 44,125 target is still elusive, as is the 87.45 target. And, we have some lines and some triangles and some breaks and all of that stuff. We did break out of this triangle tip to the downside and stayed underneath it. And so we're kind of consolidating sideways here. We start putting a 90,000 level, then maybe I'll be a little bit more positive. But right now, the moving averages are just pretty much keeping their distance at this point. So not a lot of signals there. And then intraday, of course, we did hit that 0 DT call resistance, which is so important, particularly ahead of a Friday. R1 to find the top of the conversation so far, just around 89,350. So we'll see. We're right below VWAP right now. VWAP's going to be important. We're trading below it. We'll see if we close. This candle closes below it. Looking for a confirmation candle. Then we got that 8,700 level down here at JAX 1. Oh boy, that is this afternoon, late morning. Sorry, it's not afternoon yet. Late morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here. We'll be back at it at 2:30 East Coast time, and we have Salma coming back along with XYZ. They'll be trading the close after Shai's hot commodity report. So in the meantime, relax, take it easy. We will see you this afternoon. Thanks for being here.